I'm waiting for the project coordinator. Byłoby dobrze, aby tłumaczenie polskie nie było.
It would.
Gentlemen, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends. I'd like to welcome you very warmly in Łódź, beautiful town in Poland, one of the biggest cities in our country. I'd like to welcome you at the conference, final conference of ProSPeReS project led by University of Łódź. University of Łódź is one of the best university in Poland. And this is a privilege for me to host this conference. My name is Rafał Batkowski, and I'm an expert in this project. Also, I'd like to welcome very warmly our online participants following us on LinkedIn and Facebook. Thank you very much, dear participants. In the project, we've got 17 excellent, very professional partners from 6 countries, contributed to the project in many aspects. You can see their names at the screen. The ProSPeReS project focuses on strengthening the security of worshippers and places of worship. Our procedures, guidebooks, technological recommendations, and other material are related to counterterrorism, violent extremism, and other severe threats. And we'd like to support these local communities, local religious communities, to strengthen their security. On the screen you will see the conference agenda, and I hope it will be interesting for you. Now I'd like to ask Vice Rector of the University of Łódź, Professor Łukasz Korporowicz, to deliver the welcome speech. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on behalf of Professor Elżbieta Rządzińska, Rector of the University of Łódź, I'm honored and privileged to welcome you to this conference, which is summarizing the project ProSPeReS, protection system for large gatherings of people in religious sites, which is coordinated by the Biohazard Prevention Center of the Faculty of Biology and Environmental Protection of the University of Łódź. I'm very proud that our university is managing such an important project and organizing this significant meeting today. This is a platform for the exchange of knowledge and experience, and this is for sure strengthening our relations between researchers, our researchers, and not only our researchers, and our partners. There are, as I understand, almost 200 participants, including representatives of church authorities, religious communities, administration and public services, as well as the European Commission and academics and security experts from many countries of the European Union. I'm very pleased that the conference has gathered such a wide audience and that the University of Łódź supports the communities with the results of its research. For me personally, the organization of such an important event is one of the ways in which we as the University of Łódź are fulfilling our mission, which is to conduct reliable research and actively disseminate facts and research results so as to wisely educate future generations be useful to society, and courageously respond to the challenges of the modern world. I would like to express my gratitude to organizers of this event, all the speakers, all the participants, guests of this conference. I'm sure that this conference will be an opportunity for a fruitful knowledge exchange and inspiring discussions. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. We do appreciate all of the efforts of the university to coordinate our project. Before the next speakers, I'd like to ask you, colleagues, to focus on the screen because we would like to present video material connected with our project.
ProSPeReS protection system for large gatherings of people in religious sites. Religious sites are considered to be vulnerable to terrorist attacks due to their accessibility and limited security. In recent years, religious sites of different faiths were targeted by extremists. There is a growing concern about the security of such places, but a balance should be kept between security and preservation of the open nature of religious sites. ProSPeReS project aims at increasing the level of protection in places of worship by forming a cooperation of scientists, security experts and practitioners, public services and faith-based institutions. The ProSPeReS covers prevention, protection, deterring and responding to various types of terrorist threats and incidents that may occur in religious places, including attacks with CBRN agents. The measures are composed of tailor-made templates, tools, recommendations of procedures and equipment, improvements in infrastructure according to security by design, and protocols of cooperation with public services. The implementation of the system is enhanced by modular training, including e-learning with VR and organizing large-scale exercises, as well as wide security awareness raising campaign to contribute to strengthening the safety of the faithful to worship in peace.
European Commission to deliver the speech. The speech will be connected with ISF projects and synergy. Ismaela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So there should be a PowerPoint that will guide you a bit through what I will be talking about. Okay, perfect. So very nice to meet you all, and very, very honored to be here. My name is Ismaela Murcia,
protection system for large
and
gatherings
I am
of
a
people in
policy
religious
officer
sites.
within, thank you so much, within DG Home of the European Commission
Security
Counterterrorism
by Design
Unit.
is the leading
So
concept
today
of the
I
European
want to walk
Commission's
you
action plan
a
to
bit
promote the
through
protection
what we
of
do
public
in terms of
spaces.
protection of public
It presents
places and
the
places
approach
of
that the
worship
best results are
within the
obtained
European Union framework. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So first of all, I will give you a bit of an update on the EU framework that we use when it comes to our efforts in the protection of public spaces and places of worship. Next. So what you see here on the screen, oh, thank you so much. This is so useful. So this is the biggest policy framework when it comes to addressing some of the priority areas in terms of security, where we identified the support of the European Union can be of most added value to member states. You can see very clearly on the top right that we have a future-proof security environment as one of the priorities of the EU Security Union Strategy 2020-2025, and this also covers the protection of public spaces. We have seen recently, very, very sadly, that public spaces have been the target of indiscriminate terrorist attacks. I can remind you, for instance, of the attack we had around a month ago in Brussels when a terrorist went around shooting people on the street, very sadly, and some people lost their life. So these kind of attacks are really a terrible reminder, I would say, of the necessity that we have to listen to the needs of citizens, communities, and act upon them in a more holistic manner. When it comes to a future-proof security environment, we have the protection of public spaces included, which also includes the protection of places of worship, because as all of you know better than me, places of worship also hold a very special symbolic value that can then be really of interest to terrorists and violent extremists, when planning an attack. Really, this symbolic value is what sets places of worship apart, I would say, and really highlights the need for us to act on their protection and the protection of the community of worshippers. Other than protecting public space, we also protect critical infrastructure and enhance their resilience under this priority. Critical infrastructure is also a key element of our everyday life. We use really critical infrastructure every day for our daily lives, and an attack on a certain type of critical infrastructure can then have cascading effects for European citizens. And one example of it, for instance, could be the attack on the Zaventem airport in Brussels in 2016, where not only we saw, after the attack, really a disruption of air traffic, but also a number of other services were affected in a cascading fashion. So for us, it's really important to ensure that critical infrastructure are not only protected, but also more resilient in the face of possible attacks. And another area that we cover under the future-proof security environment is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity risks, unfortunately, for the European Union are increasing. It is an area that we're looking into more and more, and we have a Network and Information System Directive that we reviewed recently to expand the scope of it and make sure that we can really cover many, many more sectors and really trying to increase cybersecurity in a holistic way for European Union citizens. Okay, so this is another very important document when it comes to the framework, the European Union framework on the protection of public spaces, including places of worship. And it is our EU counterterrorism agenda. It was launched on 9 December 2020. For us in the European Commission, it was a strong response to a string of attacks that targeted places of worship, unfortunately, at the end of 2020. You might remember the attack in Vienna, for instance, or the attack in Nice. So for us, it was important to come up with a strategy, with a policy framework that would build upon existing measures, try to continue existing efforts, but also include new elements into the pictures. As you can see from this slide, the counterterrorism agenda is divided into 4 strands: anticipate, prevent, protect, and respond. And today I will be speaking to you about the protect strand that includes the protection and resilience of critical infrastructure, the protection of places of worship, trafficking of firearms, which as well is really deeply intertwined with the protection of places of worship and public spaces. I also wanted to tell you a bit more about the terrorist threat pictures and what we see as terrorist threat inside the European Union for European Union citizens at the moment. So, of course, the Ukraine crisis is still very much dominating the assessment when it comes to the security threats for European Union citizens. But we have to add that, of course, the situation in the Middle East is also adding to the global instability. When it comes to events like the the war in Ukraine and the events in the Middle East, they're not only affecting the countries they're happening in, they're not only affecting their populations, they're of course affecting also European citizens because of a number of threats that can then be let's say, entering the European Union. It is really important to understand that today European citizens live in a constantly underdevelopment security landscape. There are a number of different threats coming from different dimensions. And here, for instance, there is a non-exhaustive list of what we have identified. How do we identify this kind of threats? Of course, it's through our collaboration with Europol. The TSAT report that I will speak to you later is one of our main sources to understand what are the main threats when it comes to terrorism and violent extremism in the European Union. But also we rely on assessments made by Frontex, that is our border control agency, that has also proved very important when it comes to really the border threats stemming from the war in Ukraine. So here you can see that among the threats we have identified, there is the threat of drones. We have seen this already with the war in Syria. We have seen off-the-shelf, really, commercial drones that then can get modified in harmful ways, in unlawful ways, and then be used to conduct attacks potentially on critical infrastructure, on public spaces, within they can pose a threat really for European Union citizens. We have tried to address in the European Union this threat with our counter-unmanned aircraft system package that we launched on 18th of October, and I will speak to you a bit more about it later during the presentation. Among the threats as well is the protection of critical infrastructure, especially stemming from the growing concerns from the war in Ukraine. The protection of European Union critical infrastructure, both from a cyber point of view, but also from the physical point of view, is really paramount, and we are addressing this kind of threat through our Critical Entities Resilience Directive that was launched this January and will be adopted and transposed within member states' national legislations by October 2024. And we also recently proposed to the Council a recommendation for a Critical Entities Resilience Blueprint. This happened in September this year. The blueprint is a bit of a guidance framework for member states on how to act, for instance, in the case of critical infrastructure having an incident, how to coordinate the emergency communication to the citizens, how to coordinate really in the case of an incident to a critical entities at the European Union level. We also have identified CBRN as one of the threats stemming from the war in Ukraine. As we very well know, it's easy, unfortunately, in a landscape of conflict to lose track of CBRN materials and radiological materials that can maybe be hosted in a hospital, and then these materials, if they end up in the wrong hands, they can be used to fabricate the so-called dirty bombs that can potentially be used to conduct attacks on public spaces and critical infrastructure within the European Union. And another growing threat that we have identified is the violent right-wing extremist ideologies. Many foreign fighters that travel to Ukraine can then come back to the European Union being more radicalized and having gained combat experience on the field. And they can potentially pose a heightened threat upon their return to the European Union, as they can plan and conduct attacks on our soil. This is a bit of an overview of the main data that was presented by the Terrorism in the EU Terrorist Situation and Trend, TSAT report of Europol. It's a yearly report that is issued by Europol, really going deep into what we see as the main threats and trends in terrorism and violent extremism in Europe. And just to give you a bit of an overview, of course, the report, the 2023 report, was issued recently, covering the year 2022 and identifying, again, terrorism and violent extremism as a very, very important threat for the European Union, identifying jihadi-related ideologies and extreme right-wing ideologies as the main, let's say, ideologies related to violent extremism and terrorism. And also, we will see in the next slide a little bit more of the types of weapons that were used to conduct attacks in 2022, mainly bladed weapons that can be easily found in anyone's home, but also improvised incendiary devices and improvised explosive devices that can also be easily fabricated, unfortunately, through the guidance of online materials that are being distributed by terrorist propaganda. In terms of numbers, I wanted to give you a bit of numbers. We had 18 successful terrorist attacks happening in 2022 on the European Union soil, many of them involving, of course, public spaces. So it's still, unfortunately, a very big number. We had 380 people that were arrested in 2022 on charges of terrorism, violent extremism, reported by Europol. So, again, very high numbers still. And we see a growing threat coming also from the online dimension. It's very easy to get radicalized online. There are lots of really guidance materials and propaganda materials, and it's becoming less and less important also which group some perpetrators are affiliated with, because we have seen really a predominance of lone actors, unfortunately, that are very difficult then for the member states also to detect and act upon, unfortunately. So here we come to what we do and what we propose in terms of actions on behalf of the European Commission to support member states in their fight against terrorism, violent extremism, and in their protection of places of worship and public spaces. The internal security remains a responsibility of our member state. But in terms of European Union, what do? We provide channels for communications and coordination. We provide channels where the member states, based on trust, can exchange best practices. We provide funding, that I will speak to you about it later. And we also provide really law enforcement and practitioners, networks, where again, there can be an exchange of information and best practices. So in terms of protection of public spaces, we have really a large toolbox to support our member states. So the EU Forum on the Protection of Public Spaces is our biggest forum for the exchange of best practices and information on the protection of public spaces, including places of worship. It was clearly established by the EU Action Plan on the Protection of Public Spaces that we published in 2017. And we hold this forum every 6 months. So we bring all the member states, law enforcement, private operators, faith leaders together around the same table in Brussels for exchanges and presentations on how to better react to the threat and stay abreast of the evolving threat. We have 2 branches of this forum. One of them is the Operators Forum, which is really gathered towards private sector operators, the operators of public spaces, faith leaders, really trying to foster this public-private cooperation and partnerships that we really believe in, and we really believe it will be beneficial for the protection of public spaces. And then we have the second branch, which is the Practitioners Forum, which brings together the law enforcement from the different member states. And this is really a a place and an occasion where we share also the activities of different law enforcement networks that we support, like, for instance, Aquapol, Railpol, the High Risk Security Network. So networks of law enforcement that really deal with the protection of different means of transport hubs, and different types of public spaces and critical infrastructures. In terms of our work when it comes to the protection of public spaces and places of worship, we also issue guidance materials. You might be very familiar with the EU Quick Guide for the Protection of Places of Worship. For us, it's really important to have guidance materials out there that then can be used by the communities. They can be adapted to different situations, different countries, because we know that every country, every community is facing different threats. There might be, of course, a general idea of a threat in terrorism and violent extremism, but then there are peculiarities to each of the member states, each one of the communities. It's really important for us to produce these guided materials, and I know that ProSPeReS also produced among the outputs of the project a guide as well on the protection of places of worship, which I think will be very beneficial to the communities and the faith leaders. And another guidance material that we produced is the architectural book on security by design, which is a more general book on the protection of places of worship, but it's very important. It can be very important also for really trying to include security concepts from the onset of designing and building a public space or a place of worship. So it was really created by us in the Commission together with our scientists and experts of the Joint Research Center in Ispra. And it's really publicly available and important for everybody to use. And another strand of work that we have within DG Home, and I assume many of you might also be familiar with it, is the EU Protective Security Advisory Program. This is a network that we've established of Commission experts together with Member States experts that work together. We have a network of more than 100 experts between Commission and Member States ones. And it is really a way that we go, upon request of the Member States, of course, to places of worship, high-level, high-visibility events, critical entities, public spaces, to give our contribution to vulnerability assessment. So the teams of Member State experts and European Union experts go there together and really run a vulnerability assessment of the place. And there have been really vulnerability assessments of places of worship. For instance, in 2021, we have assessed the Jewish Faith Center by it in Oslo, Stockholm. In Stockholm, Sweden. For instance, in June this year, we have deployed a team of experts to the European Youth Days and the visit of Pope Francis to Lisbon in Portugal. This is a bit more in depth on the EU Forum for the Protection of Public Spaces. As I was telling you, we have two branches of it, but since this June 2023 edition, we decided to merge the two branches in one day, because in the beginning the two branches were meeting separately, the operators and the practitioners, but then we discovered that really there was an added value into having these exchanges on the same day. So we really try to bring together the two branches even more, hosting them all around the table on the same occasion in Brussels every 6 months. And the next EU Forum on the Protection of Public Spaces is on the 5th of December this year. And I'm really happy to see that ProSPeReS is going to come to Brussels and present the outputs and really the achievements of the projects. We will have other projects, of course, that you might already know, like ProSecuv and Shrines as well. They're presenting what they have done so far. And then we will have as well other presentations from the private operators on the public-private continuum. The This is a quick overview on the EU quick guide to support the protection of places of worship that I spoke to you about. In this guide, our focus is, and I feel it is very important to mention it because it is also one of the main points that were raised in the video, and it's really an integral part of what ProSPeReS has worked towards. It's really the importance of protecting our places of worship without making them like fortresses. It is important that the worshippers they can go to the place of worship and still feel it as an open, welcoming space. So I feel this is very important work that is also being carried by ProSPeReS. This is a bit more on our security by design. The book, again, publicly available, focusing on public spaces. But again, there are lots of concepts that can be applied to the places of worship as well. Here, a little bit about our funding. As I mentioned to you before, funding is one of our main instruments. As the European Commission and the European Union, we cannot do everything alone. So we need really to fund projects that can reach to the local level and implement valuable actions and have an added value really at the local level. So this is a bit of an overview of the two last Protect calls that we had. So, and the next Protect call will come out very soon. So I really encourage you all to take a look at the portal, and it will come soon. A little bit also on our recent legal initiatives. So in terms of recent legal initiatives, I wanted to tell you a bit more about firearms, because this is one strand of work that we have also in DG Home, in the European Commission, and it is very closely related to the protection of public spaces and places of worship, as very often firearms are being used to perpetrate this kind of attacks. So in terms of our work, we are reviewing the action plan for against the trafficking of firearms 2020-2025, trying to really insert more stringent rules for the possession and the movement of civilian firearms, including also extending this kind of framework to components of firearms that can also be used if they get into the wrong hands in malicious ways. I also wanted to mention the recommendation on voluntary EU performance requirements for X-ray equipment used in public spaces, excluding aviation. This was launched in June 2022, and it is a very important framework for the use of X-ray equipment to have a more harmonized framework and a set of rules when it comes to the use of this equipment outside of aviation, of course. I'm coming also to the Critical Entities Resilience Directive. I wanted to mention it to you in a bit in more depth. What is the most important step that we have taken from compared to the previous critical entities legal framework? We have expanded really the scope of this directive, going from 2 sectors to 11. So really trying to give a very, very comprehensive and very holistic effort, very holistic coverage when it comes to the protection of critical entities at the EU level. And the last thing that I really wanted to mention to you is one of our most recent legal initiatives was launched on 18th of October this year, is the Counter UAS communication and the Counter UAS package. As European Commission, we felt compelled to give a response to the growing number of drones and their dynamically growing capabilities as well, that of course can be used, it can be exploited in very good ways, but also in very malicious ways. So it's really a framework. We have the communication, and then we have 2 handbooks with really more practical information and more practical guidelines for the member states and the different stakeholders that were issued again by our scientists and experts of the Joint Research Center in ISPRA. And it is complemented by the DG Move Drone 2.0 strategy. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to really set up voluntary standards and best practices when it comes to civilian drones in a law enforcement context, and drones that can be really a threat to the internal security context. So this is a bit of what we are doing in a very coordinated approach at the Commission level together with DG Move. And on this, I will close my presentation. I thank you very much, and I'm looking really forward to the fruitful discussions that we will have later today. Thank you. I leave this one.
Thank you, Ms. Murgia, for this highly interesting information, especially in terms of platforms, networks connected with security of public places. Thank you very much once more. And I'd like to underline that it was a very important information about the European funds and how these funds can support our activities in our country and many other countries of European Union to support security, not only in public places, but security in general terms of citizenship and the country which we have in European Union. So, ladies and gentlemen, supporting public security by EU funds. This topic will be raised by Kapitan Aneta Wilewska, Head of Unit in International Police Cooperation Bureau. Ms. Wilewska, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my highest pleasure to be a part of this conference. Thank you so much for invitation. My name is Captain Aneta Wilewska. I'm representing the Bureau of Police Cooperation within the National Police Headquarters. I promise I'm not going to use that complicated names again in my speech, so it's going to be a lot easier. Today, I'm going to give you a brief speech on supporting public safety by European Union funds. This is a very interesting topic and close to my heart. As the part of the international family, we often actually use the European Union funds in our everyday service. So we all understand that we live in the world where crime is a trans-border activity, and criminals do not know the borders. So the preparation for a criminal act can be born in one country, and the execution of the crime can happen in yet another one. So there are no borders at all. We talk about public safety, but what is a public safety for us? Public safety, is it when we feel secure to go out at night? Is public safety a matter of missing child going back to the to his or her relatives? Is the public safety a moment where we can worship our religion in a certain place? Yes, it is a public safety. It is a matter of public safety. So, does the public safety cost? Yes, it does, but the effect is always priceless. The question we also might ask ourselves is like how many funds we spend as a Polish police on securing the public safety. And I'm going to talk about it in terms of international police cooperation. When it comes to the international police cooperation, we have the three main objectives that we focus on when it comes to securing the public safety. And one of them is increasing the exchange of information within all the law enforcements when it comes to the national and international dimension. So what I mean about saying that we increase the exchange of information is that we are the single point of contact as a Bureau of International Police Cooperation when it comes to the family that unites Europol, Interpol, and Siren Channel. I know it may not sound good and you probably do not know what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to give you a brief information of how that works. So police of all the nations are united in many organizations, and one of them are Interpol, Europol, and Siren channel. Thanks to that, we cooperate on an everyday basis to exchange the information that are crucial when it comes to securing public safety. We use specially designed channels of international police communication within all those three agencies, and we do it on an everyday basis. So Firstly, our funds goes to securing that fast and growing exchange of information. Now, just to give you an example of what I'm saying is that only within our bureau every day, and I'm talking about every day, we receive about 1,200 different messages via all those three channels of communication. It's a lot. We send about 700 different messages to our international partners. Now, every information has its value, because every information, even though it's simple, we don't even know if it's, for example, it has any impact, but can be actually very impactful. So every day we exchange information on terrorist threats, on missing children, on abduction cases, on securing the places that are being threatened by bomb attacks, for example. This is our everyday job. So providing equipment like IT solutions, computers, and professionally experienced staff is our main job, and that's what we focus on. Another dimension that we really focus on is the intensification of the cross-border cooperation. Now, this is a matter of also a public security, because we cooperate with our not only closest neighbors, but with all our European and international society. So it means that we have joint patrols. So we work together, hand by hand, police of different nations, observing some certain regions. We work under the umbrella of Interpol, Europol, and Siren channels. It means that we are among this international society. Also, we share our good practices with our partners, meaning that we meet very often. And sometimes we share the solutions that we came up with within one country, because maybe they can be applied in another one. And the second thing, and the third and the last thing that I would like to say is, of course, we are spending the money on trainings and workshops, because we have to realize that well-equipped staff with a well-knowledge, with a good experience, and when they can share a different information within themselves, it's a very valuable work and a police officer or law enforcement agent as well. So these are the three dimensions that we mostly focus on when spending the EU funds. But I would like to give you, as a last example, I would like to give you a simple example of how we spend also within our bureau the European Union funds. So our bureau operates on the 24/7 basis. It means that we provide information 24/7, every day, during the nights, during the weekends. It means that we are responsible very often for various of informations that may actually involve some security threats or some criminal matters or terrorist threats. It means that we have a team, a specially designed teams of duty officers who are analyzing and verifying every information. Till March this year, we were occupying a 50-meter square room where we all work together with border guards. Thanks to the European Union funds, in March this year, we opened a newly designed, fully equipped a new operational center for our duty officers that they can perform their duty in the best way possible. So right now, they don't have to worry about anything else but performing their duties. So they have a self-sufficient place. If anything comes off, they are prepared for everything. So mostly, they are actually focusing on their job and analyzing every information they get, and we get a lot of information, as I mentioned before. So with that really brief speech, I hope I introduced a little bit and gave you a closer look at how the European Union funds are being used within the Polish police and especially international cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Captain Wilewska, and also thank you very much for the great contribution of the Polish police to the project. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to present an overview of the project. So I'd like to ask Mr. Marcin Podogrocki, the coordinator of the project, to take the floor. Marcin, the floor is yours.
Morning. If I may start with my great thanks to all participants of that conference, but especially for our partners from our consortium, because today we have the final conference of the project, which lasts 30 months, and we spent a lot of time in preparing the results to conduct all the activities, and finally we are very close to the end of our mission so far. So I will present a short overview of that time of the project and our results. If I may start the presentation of my slide. Okay, great. So as I said, it was 30 months we spent on that project with the general aim to enhance the protection of the places of worship. But as Ms. Murgia focused, without interrupting the nature of that type of public space, and it was let's say challenging during that time to make efficient measures for protection, at the same time not disturbing the nature of the places. But due to the fact that our consortium was really comprehensive and conducted and including various types of partners with various types of expertise. First of all, we had partners with the expertise in public protection, with IT developments, training, technical solutions, services. So we managed to offer some results, measures. And I would like to underline the names of the partners here. So the coordination was done by University of Lodz. On board we have a Dynamic Safety Corporation, which was responsible for e-learning and virtual reality part. There was ISEMI, responsible for the procedures and also for the raising awareness campaign. KEMEA from Greece, which was involved during the whole project, but especially focused on vulnerability assessment, as well as conducting all the activities in Greece, in cooperation with other partners in Greece. We have a WSB University, which led the Security by Design book when it was prepared, and also involved in other activities. Dutch Institute for Safe and Secure Spaces, the partner which joined two projects, Protect, which was the previous project on the same topic about the vulnerability assessment, and we take this methodology and develop further in our project. And also this was involved in other activities during the whole project. Gravenberch as well, very active in the project, in raising awareness campaign, in the CBRN part of our results. Cardet from Cyprus, which was responsible for the training program, coordinating very vast task to change the knowledge collected in this project into the training form. And CBK PAN, the Space Research Center, also involved in risk management and to the other activities in the project. Fire University, involved in preparing the part regarding the CBN threats, especially like introduction and also the scenarios. I will talk about it a bit later. But also in our consortium, we had 2 other groups of partners, law enforcement agencies, and I would like to say that I really appreciate that you, at the same time, was responsible for your regular duties to secure public places, and also were able to involve in our project activities during that time. And I really appreciate that you managed to make it very successful. And we have 4 faith-based organizations, like Arches of Lords, Social Observatory Foundation, representing Catholic Church, and also Holy Metropolis of Ioannina of Greek Orthodox Church and Jewish Community of Warsaw. And it was very important part of our project to have this organization inside the project to consult with them all our developments during the project. So more or less, we had a structure of conducting the project, but we start with the research phase, analysis, to check the current status of protection in places of worship, and also to check what is available, like protection measures to be implemented. And then, based on that analysis, we made some solutions, recommendations, procedures, tools, templates, and starting implementing them by preparing the training program and training materials. And for the whole project, we conducted raising awareness activities. Finally, we prepared a quite comprehensive set of protection measures. During the panels, you will hear more about the details of what our partners prepared during the project. As I mentioned, first of all, we start with a very important phase to make the results well addressed to the needs. So we start with vulnerability assessment, needs assessment. It was in very challenging time because the COVID outbreak at the time, and we planned for that moment several in-person activities. So we had to shift some of them and organize some in other form. But finally, we managed to organize 3 workshops to test the methodology and could move further with the adapted vulnerability assessment tool, which was prepared by DG Home, and also based on EU Quick Guide, we prepared the tool for risk analysis, vulnerability assessment, to be applied in the place of worship. And also, we made it in quite simpler way for not very experienced personnel in vulnerability assessment in a form of VAT-Lite, and that could be conducted by people without very deep experience in making that assessment. Next, a vast analysis what is available at the market to be transferred into materials for personal places of worship, state of the art in case of definition, standards, science, technologies. So based on all these research tasks, we prepared a guidebook on security measures, which contains procedures, recommendations of improving the security, and also the review of available technical security equipment, and models, protocols of cooperation between different actors during the incident of terrorist incident. And this is accompanied also with some tools, tips, checklists, which would be useful by people who are responsible for protection of places of worship. Another important part is Security by Design guidebook. This guidebook is directly oriented into this type of place of worship, and it contains some definitions, but also guidelines how to improve the level of protection according to this methodology. Some checklists. There's an animation video. So this is quite, I think, in the friendly user-friendly manner. Offer this methodology directly oriented into the place of worship. So the next part was dedicated into CBRN threats, and it was also very difficult because this is quite complex issue. How to transfer this complex knowledge, base of knowledge, into the quite simple form, which would be adaptable to people without large knowledge or experience in this chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear issues. So two positions. One is the introduction to disciplinary threats, and the other one is more practical. It's scenarios with reaction models. So the administrators of the place of the worship could analyze the vulnerabilities that could lead to some incidents, and also to model the reaction, how to mitigate the effects of the threat with using the CBRN agents. So also there is a guidelines, animation, training on the topic, as well as templates to be customized to the needs of a specific place. Finally, as I said, a very important part of our project is training. So modular training program with e-learning, with virtual reality has been prepared, and all these guidelines, methodologies previously presented are transferred into the mode which would be used during the training for personnel of places of worship, but also used by police, volunteers, and other people in this field. And during the conference, outside the room, there is a place where you can check how the e-learning looks, and also the virtual reality scenarios which are prepared in our project. It could be tested with Google's and the IT tools. Then we move to the part dedicated to piloting and validating of the results. So 3 pilot activities about the face-to-face mode, but also virtual reality and e-learning was conducted successfully, and a large group of future trainers were trained. So we could move to the phase of validation. And first part of validation was in the midterm, let's say. It was a workshop organized in The Hague, where the results which are not completed at the moment was consulted with representatives of beneficiaries. So we collected the feedback and implemented them during the further phase of development. And 2 large exercises at the final stage was conducted. One was in Łódź here, when we tested several procedures developed in the project. Some scenarios were selected, and the event took part last September, a quite successful one, with 250 participants in the place of Archcathedra of Lodz. And the second one was in Ioannina in Greece, with our Greek partners, also very successful, with different type of procedures and different scenarios selected. So we had the chance to validate, I think, most of our results prepared in the project. And then another phase was to implement the feedback from the validation phase, to have really well addressed the the tools, templates, guidelines, and so on. And lastly, I would like to mention about the awareness raising, which is important part of the project. So we have 2 documents elaborated. One is for mostly for internal use within the project, and the second one is the transnational model of raising awareness campaign, which is a universal model to be applied in various types of communities, institutions. So there you can find tips, some suggestion how to organize it in a proper way. More materials about the protection. So we selected some content to be offered in a simple way, like leaflets, brochures, posters. All of them are optimized for self-publishing. So it could be downloaded from our website and used for the purpose of the community. And also a series of videos is available, and all of them is in various languages. Just one word about the activities, because during the project we also organized several events to inform about the project, but also to raise awareness, because I think this is very important part also, not only to prepare the measures, but also to start changing the attitude to people responsible for the protection of places of worship, to increase the awareness. But it is important to focus on that topic. And just to mention that the results of ProSPeReS are offered on open license, so everyone is welcome to use it, transform it, adapt it, multiply, and use it for the purpose to increase the protection. So that's it. It was a very short time to present the all 13 months, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Podogrocki, for your valuable information and your great efforts to coordinate all of activities related to our project. And just to sum up very briefly this part of our conference, from my perspective, our project encompasses vast majority of security measures connected with the security of places of worship and religious communities in a very simple, practical way. And I hope you agree with me. If not, please discuss during the breaks. I will try to encourage you that our project can really support the religious community. So now we've got perfect time for the coffee break. But during this break, I kindly ask you to visit our neighboring space, very close to this conference room, because we'd like to present some devices, developed information, materials, and this VR technology connected with our project. And we've got colleagues from police, from Łódź, with some important equipment. So this time is for getting better knowledge about the project and for coffee and some great food from Łódź. Thank you very much, colleagues, and see you at 11 o'clock, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is last call for our panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel dedicated to issues connected with projects related to places of worship security. We've got outstanding expert of our project, Vivian Gravenberch from Dutch Institute for Safe and Security Spaces. She will be a moderator of this panel. I highly encourage you people go closer and take your seats. Vivian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rafał. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Always difficult. So nice to meet all of you, although I've seen many of your faces many times in the ProSPeReS project already. My name is Vivian Gravenberch. No one can pronounce it, but I'm from the Netherlands and I'm from the Dutch Institute for Safe and Secure Spaces, indeed, together with my colleagues Anna van der Stok and Sarah Houweling, who is here. She's our communications expert, and Anna is also a board member. She is head of daily operations and programs at DIS. So we all had so much fun in this project. I wanted to start by mentioning how proud I actually am of this project. I remember when we started in Eindhoven, in the Netherlands, and there were many different organizations first meeting each other. And one of the first things I actually felt was everyone was like very formally, I am representative of this organization, I'm representative of this organization. And what we really quickly wanted to emphasize is that we wanted to build a network of compassion, I would say. And I think we've really succeeded in doing so. So we formed a network in this project of compassion, which, like Ismaila mentioned in her presentation, some examples of the opposite of compassion, unfortunately, are there in the EU member states. When we see forms of extremism, we really have to work together and make sure that we speak a common language to fight that one common enemy, which I would say is extremism, in whichever form. And I think we've really done all the work in this project to make sure that we can do that. So what we have to do, working together, is create resilient infrastructures, both in on and offline worlds. And we have projects today that will join my panel, who can really help to increase resilience among EU member states and all different types of stakeholders in the protection of places of worship. So I'm very thankful that they are present here today. What I would like to emphasize is that we are not only focusing on public space, I would say, but I think what we have seen in the Netherlands, for instance, we had an example just a month or two ago where there was a private organization, the Erasmus University, where there was an armed attacker actually walked in and he started shooting at people. And the difficulty in this specific example was that the security personnel of the Erasmus hospital did not know where the police could enter. So they did not know which entrances they could take. So I would say it is also super important to highlight the fact that private organizations have to be an important stakeholder in the protection of any type of public space. For instance, what they're doing now in the Netherlands, I think it's a very good example. They're adding to the toolbox of law enforcement agencies blueprints of all kinds of public spaces of interest and private organizations. So I think working together, again, is a cliche, but it's the best way to combat the common enemy, which I would say is extremism. So, we're starting on our panel today, and first I would like to introduce, but she already introduced herself in the best way possible, is Ismaela Murgia. Ismaela comes from Italy. She holds a Master of Science in Political Science from the London School of Economics and Political Sciences, and, very good to know, she is on the Nova 111 talent list for emerging talents, Italian talents under 35. Thank you, Ismaela. Big applause. Next up is Andrew Stanifirth. He's representing the Protector Project and Pre-Crisis. So Andrew, if you, yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you. Andrew, before I start introducing the other panelists, I want to give every project a short 2 minutes of presenting what their project is about. So I will invite, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Delighted to be here. Thank you to the wonderful ProSPeReS project for the conference and for the invitation. I'm Andrew Stanifirth. I'm the director of SAHIR Europe, which is a research training consultancy based in Estonia, but operates at a global level. You can probably tell from my accent that I'm not from Tallinn. I am from Yorkshire in the United Kingdom. I am a former UK counter-terrorism detective and intelligence officer with 25 years experience, and I've been involved in European research and innovation activity for almost 15 years. We were delighted that colleagues at DG Home thought that our Protector project proposal was worthy of funding. That was a 2-year project that finished in April. The main thrust of that project was to have a look at an AI-based platform for surveillance monitoring. And I know as soon as I mention artificial intelligence, there'll be oohs and ahs and the dangers of actually what artificial intelligence may be. But there are no doubt some fantastic security applications and opportunities for artificial intelligence. So the Protector project, yes, was looking at protection of places of worship and also sites of religious significance. And what we mean by that, it wasn't just places of worship, so synagogues, mosques, or churches. It was also religious schools, for example, or religious museums with artifacts, or indeed places that become a significant religious site at certain times of particular faith calendars, for example. And what we built in Protector was this AI-based surveillance monitoring system that we piloted in 3 member states, in Italy, in Bulgaria, and also in Antwerp in Belgium. But that was only really the first step. And we were fortunate enough to receive funding again to take Protector to the next level through the pre-crisis project, which is what we're currently building now. And just quickly, can I say, whilst I'm here, one of the excellent things about the Internal Security Fund type projects, being a former police officer and practitioner, is that they must be applied, that they deliver results, they deliver tools, technologies, and training that is required at the most practical level, which is fantastic. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Because you were going to the pre-crisis project, I thought, who can better introduce that project than Sofia Konstantinos? Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. Last minute, there was a change, so my apologies. Then, could you introduce the pre-crisis project a little bit? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. The pre-crisis project is having a look at not just places of worship, but having a look at the wider context of how we can better protect public places, public spaces. We know that actually some public places can become religious sites at different times of the year. But we are really looking at a couple of interesting elements. First one is this integrated AI tool. So how can we examine public authorities, municipalities, law enforcement, current concept of their security operations, and how do we blend that and fuse that with particularly high-level, once-in-a-generation once-in-a-generation, lifetime terrorist incident. How do you blend those two together? So we are having a look at safety and security cultures. We are having a look at how do you respond to issues of vandalism, theft, disorder, drunkenness, for example, the lower level incidents that our law enforcement agencies and public authorities deal with. How do we manage that? But at the same time, how do we flex and amplify to meet some of the real critical high-end threats that have already been introduced to us today from Maria around the threat from terrorism? So what pre-crisis will produce, following 4 pilot sites, will be an artificial intelligence-based platform that integrates lots of new and emerging technologies into one surveillance monitoring system that is discreet, but yet is pretty powerful, but also meets fundamental rights and concerns for legal, ethical, security issues.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Gabor Werner, who will present the SHIELD project. And SHIELD is mostly about implementing risk factors analysis and coordination and cooperation and communication. Gabor, please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Gabor Werner. I'm working in the security department of the Federation of Jewish Communities in Hungary, which is an umbrella organization. And actually, it's above the Jewish University of Budapest, which is participating in the SHIELD project. I was working a lot with the protection of religious sites as the security department of the Jewish community, because especially in Hungary, the Jewish communities are quite big, and there's a lot of installations like hospitals, university, numerous schools, more dozens of synagogues in the capital and the countryside as well. So in the past 15 years, I was working a lot to improve, even in the safety, but more in the security field. We were practicing a lot with the law enforcement authorities. We were established a crisis management team, a central command and control center, but we were doing in our own. So it was an honor and an opportunity to join with other religious communities and experts in the Project SHIELD and work out something from even the theoretical level into deeply in the practical level. And I'm really happy to see other experts, especially on my side and in front of me, that also involved a lot in this field, and we can learn a lot from each other. And I'm really happy because I saw that in these past 2 years, that many difficulties that I was building from interior and exterior boundaries are not only what I do have, but many of others, also in other communities, has the same.
Thank you, Gabor. Next, there are different ways of course, protecting places of worship, and one of the things we did in the ProSPeReS project was also to provide a security by design guidebook, for instance. And another project working a lot on security by design is SOAR. So Kashif Awan, I would like to invite you. Thank you. Could you introduce yourself and the SOAR project?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. My name's Kashif. I work for Enhancing Faith Institutions, who are a community development consultancy organization that work with different community groups across Europe. And this SOAR project is the strengthening the security and resilience of at-risk religious sites. We've been working for 2 years. The project actually finishes next month. We've been working in 7 EU pilot countries, and just touching on obviously the aspect of security by design, there are 4, I think, key areas that we've managed to work on. One of them is security by design. So we started this work on SBD in 2021, quite closely working with the EU as well as they were developing their guide on this. And I've produced around 8 to 9 different guidance booklets, which are available on the website, focusing on different aspects of SBDs related specifically to places of worship. And obviously, I know that ProSPeReS obviously have produced some excellent work in this area as well, so the alignment there is quite close. Similarly to ProSPeReS as well, we did a lot of risk assessments with places of worship, so we managed to conduct 50 in the 7 pilot countries we were working in. And these obviously detailed reports for places of worship to implement changes and track obviously the level of risks and threats against the institutions. Another key aspect that what we were working on was around women and youth training. So this is an area that we're still finalizing over the next month. So a key aspect of the work was engaging women and youth in places of worship and communities in regards to their security and engaging them in taking part in increasing the security and the engagements of the religious sites. So this is something that we're still finalizing over the next few weeks with some more trainings planned. And then overall, a key part of our work was general protective security training. So through this general protective security training, it's a one-day training, we managed to engage over 1,000 faith leaders and community groups across the 7 countries, which we found obviously for our evaluation that was quite impactful, and a lot of learnings and teachings that the training provided have been implemented. Our project, obviously, like many others on this stage, is interfaith focused. So we work with a Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, Christian community across the 7 pilot countries. And similarly to the ProSPeReS project, obviously, and the other projects on the stage, I think the value of these funded projects, I think, have been seen immensely in terms of what's been implemented and changed on the ground. So, but yeah, thank you for the introduction.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Then we have our final expert on the panel, which is Annika Scharnhagel. Sorry if I pronounced it. Okay, oh, good, good, yeah. Big applause. Can you quickly introduce yourself and the PARTES project?
Sure. So thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Annika Scharnhagel. I work at the Austrian Institute of International Affairs in Austria. And I am here to represent the PARTES project today. PARTES is the abbreviation for Participatory Approaches to Protecting Places of Worship. So like all the other panelists, our project is also focusing on protecting places of worship. So we have 3 pillars, and the difference from our project is that we only were in the last Protect EU call, so we only started in March of this year with our project, and it will last until February 2025. We are 15 partners from 10 European countries, and the approach is separated into 3 different pillars. First of them is actually a threat analysis, because our approach is, the idea is mostly that we first of all have to see what actually are the different threats to places of worship, and we only focus on the Christian, Jewish, and Muslim places of worship in our project. Then the second step is to look at the best practices that the different countries and religious institutions already have. And then to share these experiences through interfaith dialogues, and also in exchanges between the security sector and public authorities. And the last pillar of our approach is a huge awareness-raising campaign. This is, for example, a large final event, similar to yours. And then we also have short campaign videos that will basically shed a light on different religious practices and what are key elements that we can find in all different religions and why it's important to protect those. But as I've said, we're only at the start, so there's a lot to come.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to stick with you, Annika. We're going to start with the panel questions. So for you, what are the most common types of threats? Because you mentioned that you are assessing which types of threats are actually most common nowadays. So what are the most common types of threats to places of worship, and how can they effectively be mitigated in your opinion? I'm going to sit next to you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So what we've done in the last month was an analysis of the last 10 years, looking at Christian, Jewish, and Muslim places of worship. And the different attacks we looked into were, first of all, violent attacks, either that they were taking place or that they were foiled, hate crimes, and cyber attacks. And a very interesting thing in the time frame is, first of all, it's very hard to gather the data, because in all of our different countries that were participating, we could actually see that every country is tracking the data differently, and therefore the comparison in the end is very difficult. What we found so far is that there is no religious group of the ones that we were actually looking into that has the most incidents, because it changes so much from country to country. Of the violent attacks over all the countries, we've only seen 15. In some countries, in others we've seen none. But the most, like the threats that we're taking most place are hate crimes, especially when it comes to arson attacks or to graffitis at places of worship. And then it's always, or most of the times, unknown perpetrators that were actually conducting those. And so how can they be mitigated? As I've said, it's first of all very difficult to know where those threats are taking place, who the people are, so it's difficult to target a specific group that should be taken into the focus. But we've also conducted interviews, and the people, first of all, said it would be important that, first of all places of worship are equipped with the necessary security systems, that they are also funded publicly, because it's difficult. Then that there needs to be cybersecurity training for staff at places of worship, because this is lacking so far. And another point that I would like to make is, in the country we've seen, there's a lot of stigmatization towards specific communities, and therefore a lot of communities are actually not reporting the crimes. So we don't know how many crimes were actually committed, because very likely the dark field is very big. So diminishing the stigmatization of certain groups would also help in diminishing the threats overall.
Fully agree with that, of course. What I also think is that if you're protecting public space or places of worship specifically, you have to make sure that you do it in a way where you do not invoke fear among people in public spaces. So one of the key elements, I think, to crime prevention through environmental design or security by design, or however you want to call it, is making sure that you protect the public in a way that is not super visual. So Kashif, how can we enhance security measures in places of worship without disrupting their peace and sanctity?
Yeah, I think obviously you've touched on the key point, obviously, around security by design. So obviously most, if not all, the places of worship that we've visited, especially the ones where we've done risk assessments in, because it's more of a kind of one-to-one engagement, the key fear for people and faith communities is that they don't want, big walls or kind of fences. Obviously, these are kind of welcoming places for community groups. So the different aspects is obviously when we've done our risk assessments and engagements with these communities, some of them are very small, some of them are in, sometimes 1 or 2 floors, others are medium sized, and you've got institutions that are really, really massive buildings. So depending on the size, obviously, there is obviously different, I think, procedure and way you can go about it. But security by design is the key focus that we've had, and the recommendation that we've had for these institutions. You have heritage sites, for instance, which there's a lot of institutions that can't make the necessary security changes because, again, the grade A listed, and you can't obviously just tear the building down and restart again. But with security by design, a key part of our work, and we've got a booklet on it, was around how you can implement SPD with heritage sites. So these are for the really large institutions that you can still build in security, even if you can't kind of rebuild. So security by design is obviously a key aspect to that. Obviously, aspects of security by design, you have like the first layer of security, the second layer of security, you have cyber security, CCTV. So, but the key focus, the key aspect, and the feedback we've had was around funding. So security by design is not cheap. So a lot of the institutions that we've engaged and done risk assessments with have said that we just don't have the funding available to make the necessary changes. There's always something you can do to increase the security and the kind of protection of your institution, which doesn't cost much. Whether that's kind of shatterproof kind of layer on your glass windows, which is quite cheap, the material you can use. But a lot of the institutions want to make changes, but the issue is funding. So this is kind of another discussion. But to cut a long answer short, security by design, we feel, is the best way to ensure that you build in security, like you have with football stadiums, some of the biggest football grounds in Europe. They look beautiful, but within they're very much secured, but you can't really see that, in terms of the design. So security by design was something that we tried to educate the communities on, because it was a new concept, especially a couple of years ago, and I still think it is. If you go to a community place of worship and talk about security by design, they won't know what it is. So it's about educating them on what is possible, depending on the size of the buildings. But I think it's a challenge for all the projects on this panel about how we can provide the security guidance and information to places of worship, but ensure they're still welcoming communities, buildings for the wider group.
So very practically, I know that there's a new standard out there. It's the CEN-TS 143A3-2 something standard on crime prevention through environmental design. It's a very practical explanation of how you could implement these security by design measures. Because I can imagine if there are some of the viewers that are managing bodies of a place of worship, for instance, they think, okay, well, we hear about security by design, it's supposed to be a very effective method, but where do I start? So where do they start?
So, I mean, we've, obviously, in regards to the standard that you've just mentioned, obviously, what we've tried to do is engage when we've done risk assessments, for instance, and brought communities together. We've also tried to bring, obviously, local people from the police, the council, people who have the fundings available. Obviously, the EU are providing funding and a lot of support to projects like us on stage. But in terms of the specifics in different cities in different European countries, there's different funding mechanisms. Some are keen, some aren't. So what we've tried to do is obviously engage a 2-3-way conversation around that. And from the discussions that we've had, I think out of the 50 institutions that we've done risk assessments in, over half now have some funding available due to the obviously opening the dialogue with the local councils or the people, the funds in the governments in the different regions to start with the development of obviously implementing security by design. But again, yeah, it comes back down to funding at the end of the day, and also the personnel. A lot of these institutions have volunteers. Some people don't have paid staff. So to oversee this level of development is not easy. So we've seen a range of different challenges, whether it's funding, whether it's personnel, whether it's having full-time staff to oversee it. And I think it's not an issue for specific faith, because we've seen obviously with the Muslim, Jewish, Christian communities a lot better in terms of what they have available. We've engaged a lot with minority faiths, such as kind of the Sikhs and Hindu communities, who are really struggling more so than the other three major faiths due to, I think, accessing funds and having that support. So it's been a bit of a challenge in that side of things. So the key thing that we focused on, again, is just one, creating awareness and guidance around what you can do. If you've got money, if you haven't got money, there's always something you can do to enhance the security of your place of worship without obviously building kind of big walls and fences. So I think it's something that will need to be developed and carried on, but I think it's a role for, governments in the specific countries to take a lead on and make sure that they do, if they can, obviously provide the funding and support at a local level, so these institutions can make the changes that they need to ensure that the communities are safe and secure for years to come.
Thank you. Very good answer. So we're going to stick to the communities. We're going to zoom into the local level. I think what is most important in protecting places of worship or any type of public space is to make sure that you know all of the stakeholders in your area. Who are the risk assessment experts? Do you have direct connections with law enforcement agencies? Do you have like a one-on-one every now and then? Does everyone in your area know what to do when a certain type of threat might occur? Do you have a monthly get-together with everyone around the square, for instance? So what do we do if something occurs in one of our organizations? So a question for Gabor. How can communities be better involved in the protection of their places of worship, and how can they set up the communities?
Yeah, thank you. We were talking a lot with our colleagues in SHIELD, even from Muslim and Christian departments, that and we found that finally basically the same answers, independently from which religion are we speaking about. And we found three different parts that we have to speak about. The first one is the community awareness that you also mentioned here, which is crucial. Basically, the community, congregants have to understand that there's a threat, distinct threat outside, and they cannot be blind. They have to be open to act like there are the mottos, the run, hide, tell mottos, or the see something, say something mottos that are working, and these are needed. And the second layer that we have to highlight here is the cooperation with the law enforcement authorities. I mean the communities, the religious communities. And especially I have to emphasize here the local police authorities, because the local police authorities are day by day contacted with the local religious communities. They are aware about their daily routines. They can more seen on the streets. They are feeling the local atmosphere. They know what is suspicious and what's below the suspicious level. And of course, according to my experiences, there are special forces that are training a lot, but in some cases, the first responders are the local polices. So they are arriving on the phases in some cities a lot, and so they have to be aware what they can do, what are their limits, and how can they contribute in a situation. So, for instance, we were involving them in some crisis management drills, where we were sending them blueprints, I mean in the name of the federation that we're doing. But I would like to highlight the role of the local police authorities especially. And the third level, and maybe this is the most important one, is the leadership, the engagement of the leadership of the communities, the religious communities. Just like in the information security standard, which is nominating among, I think the first, the engagement of the leadership, because without that, there's nothing to do. When I'm asked to be a security expert and giving advices or doing some security engineering consultancy, I'm telling my clients that, okay, I can show you the way, I can tell you what are the measures that can mitigate the risk, but we have to go together, hand by hand, on this way. Because without the engagement of the leadership of the community, without their behavior and understanding towards the threats that appear on the community, irrelevant which community it is, it's not possible to protect the communities itself. So I would like to highlight the leadership engagement would be the first when we are speaking about the protection of communities, religious communities.
Yeah, I think the leadership role is very important, of course. I think us as being representatives of EU projects, we also have a role in there that we can help to help leadership of places of worship, for instance, understand how they can build this community, because in some way it is their responsibility, it is their community, so they have to take a leadership role, it might be very difficult if you don't know who to bring to the table, but I think these EU projects might play an important role in helping them to understand how to build that network. One of the very important partners also, I think, are small media enterprises. We see a lot of cool, innovative technologies, AI tools that might help to better protect places of worship in ways that, as we just mentioned, are not super visible. And I wanted to ask Andrew, which role can technology play in enhancing the security, do you think? And can you name super practical examples?
Yeah, sure. And I think this is a really important question, because we've already sort of had disclosed that quite clearly funding is an issue for some of the latest technologies. There are artificial intelligence-based tools, fantastic new closed-circuit television with recording. There's lots of counterterrorism, national security, devices, tools, techniques that you can use. I mean, we know that security and defense around counterterrorism is a multi-billion-dollar business. So there will be plenty of companies and organizations that would gladly take your money if you are responsible for security at a place of worship. But how do you do that practically and effectively? We also then need to manage issues around the use of artificial intelligence, for example, protecting everybody's sort of fundamental human rights. There's off-the-shelf surveillance monitoring systems that are extremely capable and are now ever interconnected. But I suppose what this question really goes down to is really your preparedness at the place of worship and what funding you have to invest in the latest tools and technologies. There are many, many out there. In the Protector and now pre-crisis project, yes, we're looking to develop a new AI-based tool that doesn't just focus on the place of worship, but takes it wider, starts to look and monitor citizens' behaviors. And in order to do that, it needs an enormous amount of data to uncover what is potentially unnatural or unusual. Something that a member of your congregation who's been to your church, mosque or synagogue for the last 20 years would identify straight away. Oh, I haven't seen that person attending, or they've just attended. And so it's a very, very fine line between investing in the latest technologies and producing even such like an airport-style entry security culture in places of worship, which is, I'm sure, they're exactly the type of places of worship that you wouldn't want to go to. And unfortunately, my 25 years in counterterrorism delivers quite a somber message, is that we will not prevent all of the threats, all of the attacks, all of the time. So what can we do? Well, another key lesson to learn here is that intelligence agencies of the state, counterterrorism specialist departments of the state, local policing cannot solve and tackle this problem on their own. It is all our problem. So it needs all stakeholders. It needs congregations, religious groups, religious leaders, members in public authorities, local authorities, private industry, private sector, law enforcement, government, all to work together. And a good model to follow is what we call bridging the gap. And the gap is government, academia, and the private sector all working together to find solutions, because the police are not the one single agency that should or could counter these threats together. And that's really important. If you have the money to spend, tools and technologies and artificial and based technologies and platforms are readily available. But you don't want your church or synagogue to look like Heathrow Airport, for example. You want to design a culture that is safe for your congregations to gather, but at the same time, everybody is acutely aware of the security threats posed to your specific place of worship or your site of religious significance. What we are attempting to do in pre-crisis is build this artificial intelligence surveillance monitoring tool that is discreet, yet is powerful, but yet connects religious leaders, faith communities, congregations, not just with the police, but also other actors that have a major part to play in safety and security. That is, yes, public authorities and the private sector. No one single agency, from my experience over the last 25 years, can counter terrorism alone. So this is about collaboration. And collaboration is fundamentally key to counter contemporary terrorism. Whether it's CBRNE, sophisticated related attack, or it's a multiple firearms incident, or whether it's an individual with a knife, or whether it's an extremist with a laptop with Wi-Fi internet connectivity. We all must work together. We are stronger when we all work together. So whilst a lot of time and investment can be spent on new and emerging technologies, there are some fundamentals that I'd say you must have in place, and that is building that relationship at the most local level with those key stakeholders. Faith congregations, security practitioners, councils, faith leaders, law enforcement agencies, local community officers, private sector security, all working together for the common purpose of keeping us safe when we want to go about our lives freely and in confidence.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. I think adding to that, a term that is very familiar for law enforcement agencies is a common operational picture during the golden hour. The golden hour is actually when we, of course, all hope this won't take place in your community, and I think a lot of communities think this will not happen here. But when a threat actually occurs and it becomes an attack, it is super important that during that golden hour we have a common operational picture, so we know exactly what is going on, what is happening at this moment. And I think, indeed, it is not only a role that law enforcement has to play, but I think it's super important that people that are the first responders, people at the scene, when there are no law enforcement agencies at the scene yet, that they also have they play a big part in creating that common operational picture, in sending out information. And if we train them how to do that, I think we can make Europe a bit of a more safer place. So we're going to continue on that collaboration, but I would like to hear from the EU Commission's point of view, of course. So how can we promote that collaboration between, for instance, different police, fire brigades, and hospitals, and places of worship?
Thank you for your question, and this is indeed a very important question. I have to say that what we try to encourage the most, it's not only collaboration between different stakeholders that manage places of worship and public spaces. It can be private operators, law enforcement communities, faith leaders, but we're also happy to see, for instance, when projects, like the projects that we see here in this panel and other projects dealing with protection of places of worship and public spaces, are collaborating between themselves. Because I feel also the sharing of experiences between these projects that involve all these actors that I mentioned at the local level is also another layer of very important exchanges. When it comes to what we do in the European Union, in the European Commission, we try to bring, as I said during my presentation earlier this morning, we try to bring all these different stakeholders, all these actors together at the same table through our law enforcement networks, our networks for exchanges like the Forum on the Protection of Public Spaces. So we really try to have everyone's voice heard, be it private operators, be it faith leaders, community representatives, first responders, law enforcement. So we feel that really the sharing of information and best practices, and especially because one thing that is really clear is that there is a threat when it comes to terrorism and violent extremism to places of worship and public spaces at the European Union level. But it's also true that every country, every community is really experiencing this threat, is having different kinds of threats also. So it really varies, and we have really a lot of variety among member states, as many of the project representatives were rightly pointing out. So it's really important that there is also an exchange between the member states in terms of also member states that maybe, unfortunately, have more experience of responding to this kind of threats and attacks, and maybe member states that haven't had a lot of them, luckily, yet, and we wish they will not have any more in the future. But this kind of exchange can also help other member states and communities that perhaps have been less touched by the threat to be more resilient and more prepared in case anything happens. Really, the focus, because what Andrew was saying, I really agree with that, and the European Commission is really trying to move the focus from the protection, also including more the resilience, because it's true that, as Andrew said, we cannot avoid having attacks, unfortunately. We cannot completely securitize the places of worship, because especially because of their open nature, you don't want to make them look like Heathrow Airport, he rightly said. So the resilience of communities involving and really sharing information, best practices, and really timely exchanges of information as well, and regular, I would say, between all these stakeholders are key to foster the resilience of the community.
Yeah. One additional question about sharing information. From the actual practical field, I hear a lot of worrying about, can we share information because GDPR and there's a new AI Act, and can we share data? And I hear, especially on the local level, sometimes people actually fear that they are not allowed to share information while they are allowed to do that. What would you say to those local law enforcement agencies, for instance?
Well, I mean, local law enforcement agencies know very well that there are arrangements of what they can share and cannot share. And of course, there is a limit also in relation to the respect of the GDPR laws and our basic right to privacy, of course. But there is certainly information that can be shared and can be useful without jeopardizing the privacy of the worshippers and of the people that really frequent the public spaces. So there is a wide array of information that can be shared and can be useful in preparing the communities and the users of the public spaces. So definitely there is room for the sharing of this information. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could just add there, because I was in a UK counter-terrorism policing role when 9/11 struck, and then I'm from Leeds, the UK, which is where the 4 London 7/7 bombers came from. And actually, there has been a huge shift within counter-terrorism police and intelligence agency practices over the last 20 years. There used to be this philosophy around a need to know. So you don't really need to know about it. It's secret, it's sensitive. This is our source of information. We're going to keep it. But now the bombs have gone off. And there is an increasing culture of now a need to share. So, of course, from time to time, intelligence agencies and law enforcement agencies working at the hard end of countering terrorism, recruitment of sources, operations, sensitive operations overseas, new and emerging sensitive encrypted technologies, for example, and tools, of course, they take operational primacy and priority. But there is a real need to go even further than we have done over the last 20 years in sharing those threats, that information, that intelligence, with the broader stakeholders in safety. And whether we like it or not, religious faith leaders, congregations are now very much part of that safety community. We need to share sufficient information with them so that they can help protect themselves at the most local level. And that is a major shift that I've seen in the last 20 years, and long may that continue. Because the relationship with your local community police officer is really, really important.
Thank you. Yeah, totally agree. So we have about 10 minutes left. I wanted to ask if someone from the public has a question for any of the panelists. I see one. Yes, Timo. Yeah.
Thank you very much, both for the moderator, Vivian, and all the speakers. My name is Timo Hellenberg from Finland, Helsinki, and 30 years ago, I started a little bit younger, as a younger chief of editor of the Stop Disasters magazine, working at the United Nations. And we had a new concept at that time. One of them was smart cities, disaster resilient societies. We were very excited about that, full of energy and enthusiasm, like we are today, about the security by design concept. By the end of the day, the most important part is the implementation. That is something I would like to bring to the discussion, that despite of the excellent handbooks, concepts, methodologies, what the ProSPeReS project has succeeded to develop during these 2 years, the responsibility of the implementation is with the decision makers. And here I would like to look particularly to the decision-making process and decision makers at the political strategic level. European Commission, stakeholders here from Warsaw, from the capitals we have here today, it's up to you now to carry on with the implementation of these excellent guidelines, handbooks, technologies, which we are providing to you. I used to work in politics myself, so I know how difficult it is to absorb these issues. I think the last comment from the panel was excellent. Sharing the knowledge, sharing the situational awareness is one part, but implementation is everything. So thank you for excellent presentations, and I would like to have a takeaway message for the decision makers today that it's up to you guys to take this message to your organizations and to make sure that this 2 years project and process which has been implemented will be fully used. Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. So indeed, we've developed a lot of training materials, for instance, specifically aimed for managing and staff of places of worship. We also thought, for instance, what if we make a QR code behind glass and we can put it up against the wall in the offices of the staff of places of worship? How could the EU Commission help us organize, make sure that all of these materials that all the other fantastic projects have developed, how can we make sure that the exploitation of those materials after these projects remain? How can the EU Commission help us with that?
Thank you for the question. Well, I wanted to start by saying that, of course, we support member states when it comes to their internal security, but then internal security is primarily still a responsibility of European Union member states. We are happy to support creating channels of trust for communication through funding. So this brings me to the second point about what you asked. The ISF, but in particular, really is a way that we fund the projects with an added value, like including all of the projects represented here in this panel and the ProSPeReS. So we are really committed to keep funding projects at the EU level that have an added value when it comes to protection of public spaces and places of worship. But at the same time, we're looking also at member states to include more proactively, of course, the protection of public spaces and places of worship into their national strategies. When it comes to funding, the last two Protect calls, the one was in 2020 where ProSPeReS was awarded, and then we had one in 2022 with projects that started running in early 2023, and we are going to have another one coming out soon. And I advise that you keep an eye on our portal because that's where it's going to be published, and it will be, again, our way to support member states through projects on the protection of public spaces and places of worship.
Okay, thank you, Ismaila. Is there another question? Yes, I can't see. Oh, Cameron, yes.
Thank you. I'm Cameron Mann from ISME, and I'm one of the partner organisations in the project. My question is at the European level and the national level. I know there are some plans about legislation in the UK that haven't been passed yet, but at the European level, or are there any countries that are making any laws or regulations, obligation on public spaces, busy places, like places of worship, theatres, stadiums, hotels, conference centres, to actually protect people, just like from terrorism, like fire. So everywhere has fire regulations. It's understood to be a threat that we all have to plan for and rehearse and have emergency procedures for. Are there any plans at the EU level to recommend something? Or have any of the other projects found any examples, other than some draft legislation I know about in the UK, where different governments or regions are looking at putting an obligation on places of worship or other similar public spaces that are busy, that host hundreds of people and are an obvious terrorist threat. Has anybody discovered anything in the work that I've been doing in this project and others? I haven't yet, and that could be the thing that might drive this sort of cooperation at a governmental, private, academic and community level, and also then have to provide some funding if it was legislated. Or is that not a viable option? What do people think?
Would like to answer, yeah.
I can go first, and then I'll leave the word. Thank you. I'm aware of the Martin's Law in the UK, for instance. There is a very recent example of this kind of legislation. When it comes to the European Commission, all our efforts are based on the European Union Action for the Protection of Public Spaces, which dates back to 2017. And then afterwards, of course, the counterterrorism agenda. When it comes to actual legislation that we provided, very recent one is the Critical Entities Resilience Directive, but it's really, the scope is on EU critical entities more than public spaces. There is, of course, a difference. It's wider in sectorial scope, but still covers EU critical entities, and that will be designated accordingly by the member states. When it comes to the protection of public spaces specifically, we have the communication on the counter drones, for instance, which is more like on voluntary detection standards. So it's more of a voluntary character, and it addresses really a specific risk. So it's really not aimed at the whole realm of protection of public spaces, but more exploring one risk stemming from emerging technologies. And it was launched in October. So this is all we have at the moment. Of course, we're always looking at emerging risks when it comes to the protection of public spaces that can then feed into our activities and our strategies and possibly our legislation. So far, this is what we are doing. And very perhaps of interest to note that the critical entities resilience, that of course deals with critical entities more than public spaces, other than expanding their scope, we also included within the realm of the legislation not only terrorist attacks or acts of sabotage, but also natural hazards. So really damages and threats to critical entities coming also from other types of threats, trying to really be as holistically as possible in this.
Thank you, Ismaila. I'm so sorry, but unfortunately I have to stop the discussion. I think we can continue about this topic for days and days, but I have to give the floor to Rafael again, so you can announce the next panel, one moderated by the wonderful Konstantinos Apostolou.
First of all, thank you very much, Vivian, and thank you very much, panelists. It was great discussion with so many essentials. This is a very good idea to start panel session from this kind of discussion. So I'd like to emphasize, for example, multi-stakeholder approach, which is really essential, and some other, issues connected with community-oriented protection, like education, awareness campaigns, and leadership. So, thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Konstantinos Apostoliou from KEMEA, from Greece, Center for Security Studies. Konstantinos is one of the most important expert in our project and contributor. So, Konstantinos, please, there is a time for the panel number 2, discussion on religious communities security. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Go back. Thank you very much, Rafael, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Konstantinos Apostolou. I'm a research associate at the Center for Security Studies, CHEMEA. The Center of Security Studies is a research institution under the Ministry for Citizen Protection in Greece. And I'll be today's panel 2 session moderator, which, as Mr. Rafał Balkowski said, is about the protection of religious communities. Yes. So that's the structure of today's panel 2. First of all, we will start this session with the introduction of our distinguished panelists representing various religious communities and institutions. Then we'll move on to the questions for discussion for our panelists. Each panelist will have about 3 minutes to present the answers. Unfortunately, due to time limitations, we'll only go through 2 questions. And the duration of this part will be 40 minutes. Of course, given our panelists would like to discuss a lot more. And finally, the last 10 minutes of the session will be dedicated for questions from the audience. Now, without further ado, I would like to call our panelists one by one to come to the stage and take a seat. Starting from Mr. Alessandro Calgano from Comis. Do we have Mr. Calgano with us? Unfortunately, Mr. Calgano was not able to join us. We'll move on to Father Jacek Kaczprzak from the Archdiocese of Lodz and rector of the seminary. Hello, hello, Father Jacek. Please, you can sit wherever you want. We'll move on to Archimandrite Dr. Aristarchos Vasilios Grekas, clergy, the Archdiocese of Athens. Thank you very much. Father Grigorios Manopoulos from the Holy Metropolis of Ioannina. Mrs. Natalia Zimnovochka, security expert from the Jewish community of Warsaw. Father Dr. Artur Shela from the Social Observatory and Archdiocese of Wrocław. Is he with us? No? And about this one, I knew he was not going to make it because I got a notification, last moment notification. It was a business-related emergency. Unfortunately, we won't have Mr. Suvat Emrik with us from the Bosnian Muslim community of Austria. Maybe he'll be able to join us later. And so, now I would like to ask our panelists to present themselves one by one, briefly describe their background, their organization, and their experience with the project, if any, which in this case I know they have.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
My name is Jacek Kacprzak. I'm from the clergy of the Archdiocese of Łódź. I work in diocese seminary. It's now 15 years I do so. So my experience on majority is experience on the camp of education and formation of the candidates to the priesthood. And with the project, I am, excuse me. With the project, I am engaged. It's now 1 year. So I was able to participate in Hague, in Cyprus, and then to collaborate with the organization of and the project of the exercises in our cathedral in Łódź. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Father Aristarchos Grekas. I am a clergy of Archdiocese of Athens and assistant professor at the theology department at the National Capodistrict University of Athens. Except the theology studies, I studied at the security issues in UK and the United States. I participate in some projects in Greece about religion and security, and we organize conferences with the university and other organizations about religion and diplomacy and interfaith dialogue. And my experience the last 3 years, I am teaching at the National Security School of Police Academy in Greece and other security schools of military ministry in Greece. So I think it's very interesting, this engagement about security and religion, because there's a need to discuss about this. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Father Gregory Manopoulos, clergy from the metropolis of Ioannina. I have studied archaeology, and part from my duties as a vicar in the metropolis of Ioannina, I also participate in the administration of the metropolis. I have participated in the ProSPeReS program from the beginning. I have followed all exercises, meetings. I have found it very, very...
All the important activities of the project, especially in Ioannina.
And elsewhere. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalia Zimotska. I'm a security coordinator for the Warsaw Jewish community. Before that, I was a security coordinator for the Union of Jewish Communities in Poland. In ProSPeReS project, my team and me, we were sharing our experience in security with the project team, the consortium. And we are very happy that we could be a part of this wonderful endeavor and the results it brought today to the final conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I also feel lucky that I was part of this project. I was part of it since its early steps as both a project manager on behalf of CHEMEA, but also as a researcher, which in many cases in many instances can be more interesting, at least in my opinion, because less technical. Anyways, with most of our panelists, I was lucky enough, and many other people who are present here today, I was able to participate in activities such as vulnerability assessments, training sessions focusing on the staff of religious sites, both administrative staff and religious staff, but also various workshops and live exercises, and which were presented by Mr. Marcin Podogrocki earlier, the coordinator of the project. And I think as much as I like to believe that all of the project's activities were equally important, the live exercises were the highlight of our actions, and because we were able to integrate into them and validate all the previous work that had been done. And I won't procrastinate anymore. We will continue with the questions for our panelists. And we'll start with question 1. Continuing from the previous conversation, the previous panel, and the previous presentations, I would like to ask everyone if recent events, both on an EU and global level, have influenced the way that you approach the security of your religious communities and places of worship. Please take turns to answer. We'll start with Father Jacek, and you have 3 minutes to provide your reply. Sorry for the pressure.
Fortunately, in Poland, we did not have any threats as far as I know. Surely in the Catholic field, in the Catholic places. So my first thought when I was engaged by my Archbishop to collaborate to the project was, but it's not our problem. It's good. I hope it will be so. But all the threats we know that succeed in the world must introduce us to think in the perspective of what could happen, what would happen. And it's always better to prevent than to find ourselves in a situation that we can't find a way to resolve. So I think, nevertheless, I think that the common knowledge of the importance of the preparation, it's not very high. I don't know if my Polish colleague will agree, but at least in the Catholic communities, it's not very high level of being aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Dr. Jacek will proceed with
Thank you.
other Brekas.
First of all, I think that the approach, the main approach, something changed regarding some, if you take into account some incidents of violence in Greece generally. The first question or challenge is how to prevent, especially at the middle level of clergy or imams or rabbi. Maybe they don't have educated about this, and it's very important to educate about this and how to prevent. How to prevent, to take measures to prevent the actions, and secondly, especially how to react. I agree with the former panelist that it's very important through the process of reaction is the collaboration and prevention. The collaboration with police enforcement and other agencies or stakeholders of the community. It's very important in 2 stages, the prevention and the reaction. And the reaction has 2 parts, the reaction in the specific violence incident, the first 4 minutes, and secondly, how you react the next day is very important. In Greece, there are some challenges the last 2 years, maybe we can separate the violent attacks or vandalism if you separate to two parts or two different incidents. The first important is inside the urban areas, the buildings of church or synagogues or museums in the urban areas with a symbolic, have a high level symbolism for its religion, and other churches inside the urban areas. And secondly, the churches at the suburbs areas, especially we have a lot of incidents and attacks or incidents of vandalism in some islands in East Aegean Sea, which is related with the immigration. All the immigrants are not extremists, but if you see the last years, have been increased the incidents to vandalism the remote church at these islands, not only in the East Aegean Sea, and some other areas where there are the flows of immigration. Except this, the remote churches are more vulnerable for vandalism or crime actions. Especially in Ioannina, there are some cases have still some church and in other areas. So it's very important to understand the difference between the symbolic buildings, church, mosques, or synagogues inside the cities and outside in the country yard. So it's very different, the approach, and you need to see how we react in these cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Father Grigorius.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say that the approach is of the average Orthodox priest is very similar to the approach that Father Jacek described. We don't think that this will ever happen to us because it's not often. On the other hand, what Father Aristarchos said is a very common thing: theft, or not exactly terrorism, but vandalism and theft and breaking in and maybe destruction of property during this process. So we should, of course, focus on the prevention as it is described, of course, program and the things we have learned and everything else. But we should also, because in our metropolis we have already established the cooperation with other how to say, the police, the fire brigade, to enhance this cooperation. And I would have to come now to the core of the question. The global events, when they are so intense as we observed them these years and even more recently now, I think have an opposite effect to the threat of some religious places in Europe, for example. Now the tense of the threat is there. It's happening somewhere else, and people are not... we should be more vigilant, I think, when there are no so big events going around. Then I think the focus might come to some church, some synagogue, some mosque. This is my point.
Very interesting. Thank you very much.
So I think I don't have such a good news as my fellow panelists. As we know, we as a Jewish community, we live in a bit different reality right now. the events that are happening in Middle East at the moment are affecting Jewish community living in diaspora in everywhere else in the world. And our reality here in Europe is very specific at the moment. So answering this question, have recent global events influenced the way that we approach the security of our religious communities and places of worship? The answer to this is, oh yes. It has influenced us in a very big way. And I have to say that since the 7th of October, we have definitely increased our security measures. We checked all the physical security measures that we have, but most of all, we have started a very big security awareness campaign. And I have to admit that the materials that we developed in ProSPeReS project were an essential part of this campaign. We have launched several meetings with our community where we used the brochures, the booklets, the posters, and the videos that we produced in this project that proved to be very effective in refreshing and making people become acquainted with the procedures against CBRN attacks, against knife attacks, against shooter attacks. We also managed to organize workshops where we use the VR training with our community, and that was awesome. Just people just loved it. And that was a great success. We made people acquainted with the e-learning platform that people are now using at homes to learn, everything that we created in this curriculum, ProSPeReS curriculum. We also plan to include this curriculum into our high school program for Jewish Louder School. So we have a lot of plans for the future that we can utilize the materials that we created here in the project. We are also planning to organize more workshops that will allow us to use the VAT-Lite tool in order to raise the awareness of possible threats in our volunteer groups so that people can learn how to assess already existing protocols and already existing security measures and think, just develop this thinking of how we can improve for the future. So I think the current situation has just provoked us to make our community revise and, turn into this active security-oriented thinking and action in behavior change towards, increased security awareness because of what is happening, because our reality has changed a lot. So this is how it looks in our case.
Thank you very much, Natalia. All of you made a lot of good points that we could be discussing for another hour. First of all, it is great to see that you've been utilizing ProSPeReS output, and it's been useful. And you have already integrated it into your, let's say, protection system, right? Another thing is that, indeed, you're right. We saw that during ProSPeReS that different religious communities face different threats. and different levels of threats. And these are caused by a variety of factors. This is caused by a variety of factors. For example, the location, the community, the international environment, and current events, whether these are in a European scale or global scale. The other point you made, and it's another point you made, which is again very important, is that yes, we're looking at mainly in ProSPeReS, we're looking at terrorist threats. Crime prevention and petty crimes and daily crime is another very important aspect for the protection of the communities and the religious sites, because they don't only suffer from terrorist threats, and not all of them suffer from terrorist threats. And yes, terrorist threats, if they occur, they lead to disaster. They're usually rare, high-scale events that can cause many deaths, but daily crime can be a very important issue for places of worship during their daily operations and the safety of the religious communities. And touching on this, I would like to move on to my next question, which is, in your opinion, what approaches or actions would you suggest in order to ensure the protection of religious communities and your places of worship across the EU? And I'm not talking about, let's say, not only traditional security measures, but those could be included as well. I'm talking about other approaches as well. A lot of them were mentioned before. You mentioned some of them previously in your answers. It can be cooperation between religious communities and law enforcement agencies. It can be trainings, awareness campaigns, but I'm not going to mention any others because I want you to answer that. Thank you. Please, Father Jacek.
There are indeed a lot of things I learned during my collaboration with the project. But I would like to indicate, first of all, what I realized, and I hadn't thought about it before. I mean, the value of the community, of each community in each place of worship. Because there are people who are daily, weekly in a place of worship, who can prevent and protect the place, as maybe not professionally, but they are already there, and they could make a lot of work. I'm going to give you an example from our cathedral. It was more or less 3 weeks ago. I was celebrating a Mass in our cathedral. There are Mass at 12 o'clock every day. And the cathedral is not full, but there are a lot of people. Especially the first Friday of the month when I celebrate there. And exactly in the central point of the Mass, when we consecrated the gifts, the bread and wine. So I, as who celebrate, I can do much. And in the moment, one man is approaching us. He enters the presbytery, and nobody moves. from the assembly. He approached the altar. He touches us. It's we know, maybe everybody we knew him. It's a mentally disturbed man. So he's harmless. But if it wasn't, only one man finally approached and picked him up back to the bench. And I thought in the very moment, if he had a knife, if he had anything what could harm us, if the community does not have the conscience of the how to behave in such case, it's the first big problem. So I think it's the education of each community, of our community, which it's not very expensive. It's not. It does not require much of time, but it very can make a very big difference to protect our places of worship. Of course, there are the security measures as a VVC camera. So the collaboration with the police, which in Poland I think it's not bad, but it could be better. But the first force of our communities is there are women. The members of the community.
Thank you very much. And familiarizing the communities and the staff of places of worship with the security issues and ways to protect the places of worship sounds simple, but it's one of the most important things, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree, Father, with your approach. We need to educate about this, to train, and maybe I will tell this with a different way. I think that maybe we need to cultivate the security culture. Because this will be trigger to understand and to react and to prevent. So the security culture is very important to not to be suspicious of for everyone, because this is maybe dangerous, but when we go inside the church or after when we finish to close and go out, you keep the process. We and the employees of the religious or the churches or religious sites, we keep the processes, security processes, and you have this security culture. For me, it's quite important. And it's related with the education, this, and the training about this, and combine this culture with the equipment. It's very important to have the tools. The equipment is very important. It helps us because we can manage the situation for a distance closer and take measures to protect ourselves, our believers, and our churches. So, we need to combine the different things, practice things, but it's very important to have this security culture, not to have, but to improve, to develop, to see the tendency, what is the new threats, and how we apply our action about this. Because in one day maybe we have riots outside of our church, political riots. Another day maybe we have religion riots or problems. So I agree with Father we need to be vigilant about this and to identify the different way of threats, the different threats. All the threats are not the same. For example, maybe we have political or ideological or religion extremists from one side, and from the other side we have to defend the crime. So you need to have a comprehensive approach at this situation, and maybe the terrorists of other persons have the sense that the churches or other religious sites are unprotected. So we need to change this view from outside to protect ourselves with equipment, to improve the equipment, not I apply some cameras or and stop it after 10 years to see what I will do. We need to work about this every day. And another thing is very important, the narrative. For example, I have in my church or a violent attack. How the priest or the bishop of Metropolis react about this? What will be the narrative at the believers of the community? What will be the narrative? How react? We have attacked from another religion of the ex-extremist of other religions. We need to separate this because it's very important. If we trigger with a response with a narrative from the religious leaders, maybe we'll create bigger problem and to create another things inside the community. So the narrative is very important, especially for the religion leaders, and another more long-term action is to establish in the communities and projects, workshops as other projects, or humanitarian projects to support the interfaith communication. Maybe the humanistic approach is more positive, don't have a problem, more positive, to establish humanitarian projects, to pass the message that the leaders, the religious leaders have a common interest for all the believers of other religions, and to pass the message of reconciliation, to enhance the peaceful coexistence inside the communities. So this maybe will be more long-term, but I think maybe will be very useful inside the communities, because the communities is here, and is not only the present, but we have the future. And it's very important to build for the future. For now, I will.
Thank you very much.
Religious places of worship are by definition begin with open places. So the moment we start preventing, in a way, the admission of the people, at least from our side. This would immediately create problems. People would not like it. So this is something we do not want. On the other side, with some clever adjustments, because let's go back a little, sometimes churches are, of course, open during Mass or during other religious activities, but some churches, especially in big cities, they are open during the whole day. People can go and pray, and this is not a minor occasion, because somebody might go in the church when it's almost empty. Maybe only one person that works there is there, but he can be in another spot. So we have to, during religious activities and when the churches are, kind of unattended. In both cases, with clever administration of the space, guiding people that want to pray when there is no Mass, guiding them to specific parts of the church. So if you see them in other parts, you can go and inquire. This kind of interventions in the spacing of the church can provide some kind of more observation of the people that enter the church. Secondly, and this can also probably help with the other matter that we discussed in the first question, putting up cameras. Working or not working, it doesn't matter. Showing that there is some kind of protection, this by obstruction outside. This also works as a prevention. Somebody might think twice, I won't go there. They have cameras, they have some kind of protection in this way. And this, of course, prevents also the robberies, the other things. There are also things we can do enforcing windows, doors. These are not too visible. They are, okay, sometimes they are expensive, but you can also focus on this. And then, of course, it's the training of our staff. Because the clergy is not always, when they are there and they are performing Mass, after certain points in Mass, you can't stop. No, can't stop. So the staff of the church should be trained, vigilant, to have an eye for things that look out of the normal, out of order, why something is there, why somebody is there. The example of Father Jacek is amazing. He managed to get all the way to the altar. And third, we should, like I said also before, we should enhance our cooperation with other authorities. People, staff, or even the clergy, they should know whom to call, how to call, even in which order to call. What should we call first? The ambulance, police, the fire brigade, or somebody we shouldn't call? Things like that. Enhance the cooperation, have personal meetings with people, not when the threat is here, in other occasions. So, okay, this is a part that in the metropolis of Vivian it's quite enhanced already, the cooperation with the other authorities. Yeah, to up to a certain level of threat, not talking about something extreme, I think these measures are easily applicable, not very expensive, okay, but for highest level of threats, as we discussed them in the ProSPeReS project, sorry, I don't think there is much. But until a very high level, we can. Thank you.
Fair enough. Very much.
I think we all agree, just after Father Jacek, that awareness campaigns directed towards religious communities are very important, and they are like the guarantee of building resilience in this most important circle of security, which is the community itself. I mean, this is very important and crucial for sustaining security in religious communities. I believe that this is absolutely the most important pillar of security for religious communities. However, I also believe that developing the multi-stakeholder cooperation is also very important, and I mean by that cooperation with your neighbors, cooperation with your law enforcement, and cooperation with the first responders, with firefighters, with medics. And what I see as a, space for work is building crisis management networks that could be launched when we need it, and this requires work and training together, building up practices, protocols, working together on daily basis for long time, getting acquainted with each other on local levels, and spending time together, knowing each other locally, and having people designated towards this purpose. Because there are countries in European Union who have those systems implemented with religious communities, and that works really well. And I really hope, and I shared that dream in Greece in one of our conferences, that we will develop that in Poland one day, that we will have this kind of a team with the police and firefighters and medics in Warsaw, that we will create this sort of a team, and we will meet once a month for a training together, or once in some time. And that will be, and also with other places of worship, I mean, because I also believe that interfaith cooperation is also very important and crucial, so that we could develop a system of intervention when the incident happens. And this is something that I believe could be an idea for further development in other projects. I also believe that there is a great space for education for communities or states in European Union that are not so terrorism-stricken as countries like Brussels, France, countries like, highly endangered countries, like, for example, Poland, right? Because what I hear from communities, like also religious denominations, that, well, it doesn't really happen to us. It's not going to happen here. It didn't happen for 20 years, so it's not going to happen. Well, the tendencies are that the fact that it didn't happen or it's quiet here, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So this sort of education, that it's better to be prepared than sorry, because the world is changing, and the tendencies are that if we are well secured, that people who want to do some harm will go somewhere to the place which is not so well secured. This is a plan. People should know about it. And also the very simple fact that these skills and this knowledge about how to recognize something suspicious or someone suspiciously behaving, suspicious vehicle, suspicious item, this is a skill or a knowledge that is useful everywhere. I mean, not only in a place of worship, not only in your congregation, but at school, in a shopping mall, in every public space. If you go for vacation, somewhere, it's also useful. If you are at the airport, it's useful knowledge, it's a useful skill. So be open to it, don't be afraid. If you have this knowledge, if you have these skills, you can be more resilient. You can be more sure that you will recognize something and you will inform, you will see something and say something. So, you know, educating people with this, like making them understand that this is something normal and they should not be afraid of it, I think this is also something worthy to implement, because some people just simply say, when we educate them about how to recognize suspicious things, they simply say, "You're scaring me. You're making me afraid. Stop scaring me. Okay, you're making me think this world is awfully scary." So we should find a way in which we should make people believe or see that this is actually empowering them, giving them tools to become stronger, empowered with potential skills and understanding of the world, so that they can become more and more resilient towards the fears and this imagined fear of the world. So this is what I think the direction should be.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you all very much. Very valid points. It's very important to consider all stages of the protection of place of worship. Through your examples, you actually talked about deterrence of threats, prevention of threats, and response. All those three stages are very important. A place of worship that looks well-maintained and protected acts as a deterrent against attacks or malicious acts or petty crimes. When people are informed and know how to respond to incidents, they won't freeze when the time comes, most likely. They will know what to do, as you said, who to call, who to communicate. In the case of suspicious items, what they should do, and most importantly, what they should not do in order to be safe. All those were great points, and you covered many, many aspects about the protection of place of worship. And of course, it was very important that and very interesting that you considered the human factor, both regarding the communities, but also the personnel of place of worship and the rest of the local stakeholders who are responsible for the protection of place of worship, including law enforcement agencies and first responders. And thank you very much for that. Before we yes, Vivian? Question? I was going to get to that just now. So, that's all right, that's all right. It's great to see you excited, though. So before we conclude the panel, I would like to ask everyone if you have, to ask the audience, if you have any questions for our panelists. Go ahead.
I have a question for the representative of Ioannina. Why should or shouldn't religious leaders participate in EU projects? Yes, so is it a good thing or a bad thing as a representative of a faith-based community to participate in a project? What was your experience? Yeah, your personal experience.
Strange question. Didn't expect anything less.
I know.
Yeah, it was fun. Actually, it was fun. We met. I mean, now it will get very personal. I can see several people that we have met over this couple of years, and it was amazing. But okay, apart from this, we learned things. We learned a lot of things. Now I see simple bags in church that I know that they just have a bread offering of the faithful, but I instruct people to open it with care, not Don't take it for granted that there is bread inside. I mean, no. We learned a lot of things. We know how to not to instruct others, but we know how to advise others, especially the exercises on the field. They were very important. Already people have gained a lot. Yeah, I would definitely do it again.
Thank you, thank you. Excellent.
I think
nice,
for
nice
this
to
opportunity.
know. Please, go ahead.
Thinking about the situation of cases, if there is some, I don't know, dangerous situation to one community, does this community inform the others that, hey, we have that problem, watch out, you also can have it? Or not every community is on their own?
For whom is that question? To whom is it directed or is it general? To everyone?
General.
Okay, okay. Who wants to take that? Do you understand the question? Do you? Could you repeat your question? Yes, it's about...
If something dangerous happens to one community, does this community inform the others that watch out, something bad can also happen because we, for example, were attacked, or does every community tries to, on their own?
Is it a question about the interfaith communication or just about any communication?
In general.
In general, okay. So if there is any incident happening, for example, that I know of, I definitely inform all the Jewish communities that I know of in Poland. Because I don't have any connection, to be honest, with any other religious communities, I can't inform anyone. But if I had that, I would. But basically, the information goes to all the institutions, Jewish institutions, because it's mainly, if it is directed towards us, I inform all the security that is connected with me. So definitely this information is shared.
Thank you.
Yes. Increased, there is a collaboration between the Ministry of Education and Religions with the Holy Synod of Church of Greece. So if there is any attack of each religion, they form, and each year they have a catalog with vandalism or attacks, and form its other religion through the coordination of the Ministry of Education and Religions, and with other religion communities.
We have no Ministry of Religion in Poland. So that's the thing. However, every incident is reported to the police. So I guess we could think of maybe, but honestly, I have no idea whom the police could inform on the Christian side to distribute the information to all the churches in Warsaw, for example. I have no clue how to organize that. Right, that's a great idea.
Any more questions? No? All right. Thank you then. We will conclude panel number 2, and I'll give the floor to Mr. Dr. Rafał Bakowski. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Apostoliou. Thank you very much, panelists. It was highly interesting and really important to listen to these issues. I'd like to emphasize, for example, a security culture. We've got in our project the system, let's say security system dedicated to places of worship, but we still going to have a security culture because it is something more. More things, interfaith dialogue. I think it is still a challenge, but we will fulfill our efforts to manage these issues. Very good examples from the Jewish community, how to implement ProSPeReS approaches, ProSPeReS materials, guidebook to the real life of the community. So once more, thank you very much, colleagues, for this vital, very important panel. So now we've got a lunch break, but before the lunch, I've got some information for you. First of all, the lunch will be served in the central part of this hotel, just 50 meters from this conference hall, in this direction. Afterwards, we will have a very important keynote session, keynote speakers during our conference. And I encourage you, if we have some speeches in Polish, I encourage you to have headsets. You can take it from the registration desk, and maybe it will be important for you. Please take materials with you after the conference, because we have prepared important set of information for you. It will be great if you can take it and analyze it afterwards. So, once more, please visit stands of our consortium partners. They are presented equipment and other materials connected with our project. And thanks to police from Łódź, we have an opportunity to be more familiar with their equipment connected with our project, but their equipment. And especially, I highly encourage you to be more familiar with gas-tight container and the equipment for counterterrorism activities. If we have explosives with other factors like chemicals, CBRN in general, they can use, they can intervene, and they can deal with this kind of threats. Thank you very much, and the lunch is waiting for you. Please come closer. There are so many seats. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your valuable participation in this project, in this conference, and I'd like to convey the deepest respect and many thanks to our online participants. Thank you very much. So now we have to start the next part, very important part of our conference, dedicated to our partners from law enforcement and fire service. Thank you very much for your contribution and the chance to cooperate during ProSPeReS project. Now I'd like to start our keynote speeches from Colonel Tomasz Jędrzejowski, Deputy Commander of the Łódź Voivodeship Police. Colonel Jędrzejowski, the floor is yours. Panie komendancie, zapraszamy. Proszę o wystąpienie.
Szanowni Państwo, serdecznie witam Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Łódź, to our region on my behalf and on behalf of General Litwin, the Chief Commander of the Regional Police Headquarters in Łódź. Well, I do believe that outside of the substantive aspect of this conference, you've had the opportunity to see and appreciate the city of Łódź. I can only tell you that in the future it will be even more beautiful because it grows, develops, and regenerates. I'm very happy that the Łódź Police has had the opportunity and pleasure to be involved in such a project. I think that the terrorist threat under current global circumstances is something that applies to all of us. I have some data here, but I'm not going to throw them at you. But terrorist acts call for interdisciplinary knowledge. So I'm very happy that in such a project I can see representatives of different areas of knowledge brought together because they are all necessary to identify, to develop methods and procedures to counteract terrorism. Well, especially religious sites in the context of terrorism and security are a valid subject because these attackers, terrorist attackers, are often motivated by religious beliefs. So religious sites seem to be especially at risk. And they are also very valuable to local communities. These are places where there are many people coming together, so a potential terrorist attack may have large consequences. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy because the project covers such a wide spectrum of disciplines. I'd like to thank the leader of the project, that is the University of Łódź, and I'd like to thank its representatives because I do hope that this project is just one element of our further cooperation that is in counteracting terrorism, because a project with many soft elements which are very valuable and they should be taken care of and they should be sustained because knowledge must be updated and these networks need to be expanded. So I hope that this is just one of many undertakings in this field, and I do hope that we will be able to take part in more of them. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion, and thank you very much for your contribution to the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Jędrzejowski. Once more, thank you for the great contribution of Polish police to the project. And we appreciate it very much. Now it is a time for the presentation of the input of fire service to our project. Great contribution, as I said before. And Colonel Zdzisław Salomonowicz, the Vice Rector of Education and students of the Fire University, is with us. Please, Colonel Salomonowicz, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zdzisław Salomonowicz. It's a great honor for me to be here with you, to give you a short speech, short presentation about state fire service in Poland. My background is hazardous materials rescue operation and CBRN rescue operation. That's why I'm here. My colleagues really asked me, Zdzisław, you should give this short speech because you feel this. I prepare few really important, from my point of view, information about how we work. Because when we're talking about like high visible events, about large meetings, the problem is today, then we don't have like a typical threats like a fire. We've got more complicated multitasks threats, incident, accidents, and one of them is CBRN threats. CBRN risk when we're talking about today terrorism and what we've got in all world. That's why I give you information how it looks, hazmat and CBRN in state fire service in Poland, because in my opinion, today we've got really amazing equipment. Today we've got really amazing firefighters who've got extra knowledge, who've got not only one faculty, they've got like a second one from physics, biology, chemistry, and so on. So they are really good experts. How looks our system? Of course, when we're talking about like a large meetings, large events, as a fire service, we're thinking about in two ways. First one in when something's happened. Of course, then everybody calls police, EMS, and fire service, and we are one of service who go in. Yeah? But in some situation, when in earlier note, then we will have like a really huge, large event, we prepared earlier. So we organize, for example, some reconnaissance earlier. We prepare our sources, and we are quite near, quite close to this event. So we use our specialist units. When I show you how it looks in state fire service, how you see we've got more than 500 fire stations in Poland. But part of them have got extra specialization. We've got, we call them like a hazmat specialization, and you see places where we've got it. So it's really important when we're talking about like a time. Because when we think about threats like a chemistry, minutes, it's really important, not hours. When we're talking about like a bio, sometimes days. When you're talking about radiation, you don't know, and after a few days you will see this. So it's really important when you're talking about C, time. This level A, it's like our basic level, but we're talking about like a basic level or hazmat, yeah? Usually, this basic level on this team, we've got like a typical fire engine, but we've got dedicated truck with equipment dedicated to hazmat and CBRN basic accidents. But after that, we've got 21 units with more expensive, more like a new equipment. And of course, we've got usually these points, one per province. But what we've got on these units? we've got not only like a basic equipment to, for example, clean something, to decontaminate something, but we've got equipment to recognize, to identify what type of substance we've got, what type of threat we've got. It means then if we know nothing, after that, after this reconnaissance, we can give information to commander. Then, for example, we've got sea, B, or air. Yeah? This is, or like a maybe not new one, but I think the more than 10 years, first one we've got, 10 years, mobile app we call them. This mobile app was like the first point when fire service talking about like this CBRN threats. So we built first one, I think that before European Championship in football, 2020, 12, I'm sorry. We've got first one, and after that we built each one in each province. They've got inside really expensive equipment who give us possibility, for example, to identify some substances. We use like a technology, like an infrared technology, like a gas chromatography. We use Raman technology to identify. We've got special equipment to identify radionuclides when we're talking about air threats. But here on these pictures, you see how this equipment looks like. After that, we've got 4 teams, like we call them special recon. Because when we're talking about usually these huge events, when, for example, you know, then probably exists risk, then we will have some accident inside, then earlier we prepared this equipment, you use them to reconnaissance this area, to check the people, and be ready. This special reconnaissance team have got like robots, have got drones, have got special, for example, we call them like a Röntgen camera, for example, to identify what is inside some boxes. So here you see this, how looks this equipment. But the new one for us, it's like last 2 years when we put first one. It's 2 type of units. The first one is decon units. And second one is a huge mobile app. This is quite new vehicles. What is special for this equipment? Firefighters project think about what they need. They prepare like a 3D view, and after that we prepare like a special agreement. We want a track like this. So this decon track, it's like a first prototype, like only 3D. Firefighters prepare them. And after that, like you see, we can really fast prepare like a decon way for people to prepare this decontamination. It looks like you see on this narrows, on the left side, it's like an exit, and after that we turn around the vehicle. So it's one chamber, and after that another chamber. So we can, for example, move this very fast to the area of accident, and after that when we have got possibility to really fast prepare this decontamination, not only for firefighters, but for people too. That's the decon track. We've got at this moment 8, so it means then we've got like a 1 per 2 province. And the last, it's like a really new. We still fighting with using this equipment because it's really new for us. We've got dedicated personnel to this mobile app. Like I said earlier, we've got more than 100 firefighters with 2 faculties. Not only as firefighters, but second one like physics, chemistry, biology. These specialists serve usually on this specialization, specialized units, because they've got extra knowledge, they've got experience, they know how works this equipment. Because, for example, if you give this equipment to like a basic firefighters, yeah, this firefighter can push the button, turn on and turn off, that's all. But we need like a smart guys who can not only read what information we got on the screen on this equipment, but how to understand this knowledge. This mobile app, we've got 2 like this one. What this mobile app got inside? That's the same. We do this on the same way like with Decon Track, because our firefighters decided how this mobile app should build. They prepare like a 3D project, and after that, we put to some agreement with another industry, with another factory to prepare this mobile truck for us. We've got 3 places on this, A, B, and C. Each of them got a different type of equipment, and one part of this is for biology. And what is important, we've got possibility to check biology pathogens with the 3rd class. It means like a BSL-3. What inside when we're talking about like a chemistry, chemical threats? We've got not only, for example, like infrared equipment to recognize what type of substances we've got, what substances we've got. We've got Raman technology, we've got gas chromatography, with spectrometer mass, we've got possibility to identify unknown substances. When we're talking about biology, like I said, we've got this BSL-3 lab. So it's really important for us if you've got possibility really fast to recognize what type of pathogen you've got. This laboratory is at this moment quite new, and on this year when we show them on CBRN World Convergence, it was on June on this year, specialists from all world, when saw this mobile truck, they said, at this moment is the best one in the world. So we are really happy because it gives us information like a feedback for fire service. When we still want to do something more, then we grow up, then our firefighters are not good. They are really, really good, and we know them. So it's really important when we're talking about these large events, then we need time. So fast recognition, fast identification, give feedback to commander, what to do with these people. Of course, during these events, it's really important fast time of evacuation. When we're talking about like some risk, when we're talking about then this incident happened, the time is really what we need. I hope then this short presentation give you basic information how we work, how we serve, how our fire service try to be all time prepared for CBRN threats. So if you've got question, I'm ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rector. I'm really impressed. It was something very important for me, and I hope it was interesting for you. Many congrats to State Fire Service to be at this level of competences. And I do hope that in many other projects we can count on you and you will be our partner during future activities. Thank you one more time, Colonel Salomonowicz. We have time, to be honest, so maybe there is some questions, comments dedicated to our keynote speakers. Yes, we've got some. Please. Give us a second and do it with microphone.
I was wondering, because I heard that in that mobile lab there is a gas chromatography. Is there also the liquid chromatograph or only gas?
This work? Yes. Yeah, thank you for the question. Inside this mobile app, we've got gas chromatography and liquid chromatography, and both of them are connected with like a mass spectrometry. But we've got like two different types of this gas chromatography because on the out, we've got like one is, as I remember, flame detector, and the second one is a different type.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Cameron man, please.
I have two questions, if that's okay. The first one is if you have a CBRN event at a mass event or at a religious site, how long would it take for you to get there and kind of decontaminate or treat people that might be affected? That's the first question. And the second is a bit like it. What can the place of worship, the religious site or the other area, what can they actually do to be ready for you? Is there anything they can do, or do they just wait and you do decontamination on large numbers? I didn't know how many people you could get through that big truck quickly. Those are the sort of two questions.
Yeah, so first one, when we're talking about this decon truck, when we generally thinking about decontamination, yeah, all of us usually think, yeah, we've got like a mass decontamination, we've got a lot of people. But when, for example, we will take like check statistics, we will see then usually we've got like a small one accidents. So that's why for us we said then we've got, of course, like a typical tents to decontamination on container. We can use this really fast when we're talking about like for move to the place. But after that, you need like, for example, 1.5 hours to prepare this. So when we're talking about these large events, then we do this earlier. And quite close, we've got this ready. But when we're talking about like a typical incident, when you've got like a phone, and after that we should go, so we don't have time. That's why we use this decon track. It's because we need only this time, for example, to go to this area. And after like 5 minutes, or decon way is ready. So that's why we decided then we need a track like this one. Because usually we've got like a small incidents, not like with 1,000, for example, like contamination people, yeah? So this is the first question. And I'm so sorry, what was the second one?
The second one was, what can actually the emergency services that are there or very nearby, or the place of worship do, or the stadium, or the public square where there's an event, what can they actually do? We brought some procedures in. I don't know if you saw them. I think you might have tried them out. Did they work, and would they be useful? Like remove is one of the procedures we recommended. I don't know if you tried that one or if you have other advice.
It depends. When we're talking about like a stadium, when we're talking about like a area, when we've got like a nothing or like a concert or something like this, it's a different way. We've got different procedures. Usually when we know, for example, when we want to be, when we're preparing a large event, earlier we work together, not only as, for example, only fire service, but because not only fire service as is around this area. Usually it's police, fire station, but not only, for example, CBRN teams, but like a typical firefighters, like with fire engine, with EMS, because it's like a third service. So it depends what type of event we've got. So the procedure is a little bit different, yeah. But usually when we talk about this large event, we've got like a dedicated fire station with equipment to mass decon. And then we prepare this earlier, so we are ready for a W hour, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Okay, once more, thank you, Colonel Salomonowicz. And I'd like to inform you that in our country, in Poland, we've got very good cooperation between state services, fire service, EMS, and police. And our response to some serious threats is usually in this way, to be at the scene of crime, of scene of incidents, by the cooperation of these three state services. Thank you very much once more. And now I think we are ready to start our last panel discussion on ProSPeReS results and recommendations. And I've got the honor to be a moderator of this panel session. So if you allow me, dear colleagues, I'd like to ask to this place and take a seat, valuable partners during the project. And I'd like to start from Mr. Konstantinos Apostoliou from KEMEA, Center for Security Studies from Greece. This. Anna van der Stok, Dutch Institute for Safe and Security Spaces. Thank you for coming, Anna. Colonel Tomasz Węgliński, the representative of Fire University in Warsaw. Marinos Papaioakeim from CARDET, Center for the Advancement of Research and Development in Educational Technology from Cyprus. Please, Marinos. Pavel Truchly from Slovakia, ISEMI, International Security and Emergency Management Institute from Slovakia. And Timo Hellenberg from Finland, Hellenberg International. Thank you very much for coming, Timo. Captain Pantelis Temelis from Hellenic Police. And Professor Adrian Siatkowski from WSB University, from Dąbrowa Górnicza, our great partner in the project. So let's start our panel. First of all, I'd like to underline that in ProSPeReS project, we are trying to build up the system, security system dedicated to places of worship, but not only, because our recommendations, our materials, guidebook, guidelines are dedicated to worshiper in general and to public spaces. You can use this system not only for the church, synagogue, or mosque, but to many other public places. And I think this is the very important issue which I'd like to underline at the beginning of the panel. And first of all, I'd like to ask you, colleagues, about your impression, about your experiences connected with the project. So please briefly indicate your area of involvement at the institution you represent and your experience with the project activities. And let's start from the Konstantinos.
Hi, thank you very much, Rafael. Kemea was was the leader of Work Package 2, the vulnerability assessments. Beside that, of course, we're involved in many important project activities, including the development of the training material, the delivery of training, whether this was face-to-face or online. We participated or we prepared a lot of workshops. We were responsible for the coordination of the live field exercise that took place in Ioannina, Greece, in cooperation, of course, with the Holy Metropolis of Ioannina and the Hellenic Police. For me, the most important thing, I mean, what was most fascinating for me was the cooperation with the staff of the Holy Metropolis of Ioannina, the interest they showed in the project and its activities, because we couldn't have done it without them. Their active participation and engagement was required throughout all the activities of ProSPeReS. And that goes not only for the Holy Metropolis of Ioannina, because I was present throughout the whole project, and I saw that the rest of the religious representatives and the rest of the religious organizations were very engaged as well. And we couldn't have gotten the results that we got without them, not even complete our deliverables and ensure their quality. So that would be it for me. The engagement of our partners, and especially from the side of the place of worship.
We can observe this level of engagement. Thank you very much for cooperation. And thank you to all partners in this consortium. Thank you for excellent cooperation. It was a great opportunity for me to get some new knowledge and to cooperate with you. Now, please, Anna van der Stok from the Netherlands, share your outputs, your comments with us.
Yeah, hi. I'm Anna van der Stok from DIS, and Vivian already introduced the Dutch Institute of Safe and Secure Spaces, which, yeah, I'm one of the founders as well, and I strongly believe in safer world, so I think we can contribute. I see a bit from, during the project, I think we've been involved in pretty much all the work packages, but I think a focus I want to give, and I come to that later as well, is that I have a lot of experience going back in innovative projects, and a lot of really cool stuff on GIS and location-based services, which is really nice world. But the more I worked on that, I realized, like, okay, if you have new innovations, which we have here as well, they're all important, but there's more. And we heard that in the other panels, you need people to actually go with the innovation or with the new standards or with the new, yeah, things we created with ProSPeReS project as well. So that made me a few years ago realize, okay, I need to study a little bit more and finish the study in psychology. And not that that's so important, but I think it's important as part of this to add that to innovative projects. And I think there is still so much to gain when it comes to adopting the new standards, adapting new innovations. It's the people who need to do it. And hopefully later, in another question coming up, I like to take you a little bit into the brain of people, because I think there's still a world to win. I think we had a really nice start in putting materials down. But yeah, I think it's important to go more in the behavioral influencing in the future, and hopefully the EU takes that in all their proposals. So.
Thank you very much for cooperation. I can remember the first meeting in Eindhoven. It was great to start in this manner our project. And I do remember a kind of products, especially connected with you, with this, like, for example, VAT Light. This is our work in the consortium, but you were special, experts dedicated to this issue. Thank you very much, Anna. Now I'd like to ask Colonel Tomasz Węgliński, please share with us your opinions.
Thank you, Rafał. It's a pleasure to be here for invitation, and the entire project, I think, is very much successful. And I will try to prove that in a short statement. The Fire University that I represent actually was responsible for Work Package 4 that was focused on CBRN. And what we did is like this 7 different types of scenarios for this kind of incidents based on the visits we conveyed during this project. And also these 2, let's say, booklets on the CBRN, including a kind of a very simple tool based on an Excel file, which, in our opinion, helps to prepare for a religious gathering and to foresee different type of vulnerabilities that you could have in your places of worship, and also to think of different measures you can take beforehand, just to decrease the potential risk of this type of events. So that was an excellent journey for us, and also we learned a lot. And what I want to specifically underline here is I will not be very much original in that what I'm saying, because Konstantinos said it already. The inclusion of the religious-based institution is highly important, and it's obvious, and it worked pretty well in this project. And why it is so important? Because simply the question who is first on the scene can be answered differently. And quite often the answer is, okay, this or that agency, but that's not true. The first on the scene is a victim or a potential victim. And this is actually the philosophy that we follow in our university, that we are actually protecting every single individual person, and through that we are protecting the whole society, not the other way around. And having this said, we have to remember that this awareness campaign the education. This is the tool we should intensively use, and we created tools for that in this project, and that's only a matter of dissemination and utilization and exploitation of these tools right now. But I think that without this this inclusion of the faith-based institutions, that would be impossible to do this project simply. And their perspective is very important for us, because when we are thinking about risk assessment, when we are thinking about coping capacity, we need to know the perspective of the people we want to protect. And I learned from this type of people different specificities that are common for different type of religions. And actually, I didn't know it before. Even the perspective how the people perceive the world. For example, I learned from one of the priests that, okay, when we are planning evacuation or we are making the interventional evacuation, then for the, let's say, a typical firefighter like we are, is, okay, the first thing we have to protect is obvious, we have to protect the people's lives. But on the other hand, there is something also very important for the religious staff and also for the worshippers. This is the symbols. These are the holy host, for example. And these people who are administrating these spaces actually also thinking about this stuff that could be somehow not seen by the typical firefighters. They could think, okay, we have to take care of the people. Of course, it's important, but we have to also take into consideration that for the worshippers, for the religious stuff, there is also highly important things we should take into consideration as well, for example, in case of an evacuation. There are more like this, but I think we don't have so much time, so this is the short thing I wanted to share.
Thank you very much for your perspective. It is really interesting to hear it. And thank you for your unique contribution. Thank you, Fire University in Warsaw. Now I'd like to ask Marinos from Cardet, please inform us about your perspective and your contribution to the project.
Thank you very much, Rafael. My name is Marinos Papayakim. I'm representing Cardet, a research institution from Cyprus, and of course one of the partners in this consortium. In panel 2, we have heard a lot of interesting things, but from my capacity, I kept 2 and 3 important words that were mentioned: education, learning, and training. This is what we have done. This was our role as Cardet in the ProSPeReS project. Our central aim was the development of a comprehensive, with a modular approach training package, which is based on 2 main pillars. The first, we have the training curriculum, and the second, we have the development of the 2 booklets, 2 manuals, one for the trainees and one for the trainers. Just to mention some indicative details about the training curriculum, it's a document which includes the content, the methodologies, and the way where the trainers can implement the training materials that were developed in 2 modes, both in a face-to-face format and in an e-learning, where I will talk about it later on. And the second pillars, as I have already mentioned, are the 2 booklets, where they help either the trainers, either the trainees. It's a navigation, it's a manual. They're manuals where they guide either the trainers or the trainees on how to swim in the rich materials that we have already developed. The second main task of Cardet was the coordination of the development of the e-learning platform. An e-learning platform where you can have the chance to visit through the ProSPeReS website in the section e-learning. Are hosted there a lot of rich materials, a lot of training materials. We have the face-to-face training materials, which are mainly for the trainers. So potential trainers can, we offer them a full package of training materials with lesson plans curriculums, PowerPoints, worksheet, assessment exercises. So it's a full package consisting of 4 modules, 52 hours of training materials, quite rich. Beyond the face-to-face for the trainers, we have the e-learning materials where individual users can navigate. It's a self-paced where the user, on their own time, on their own place, they can navigate in the modules. Allow me to make a particular mention in 2 innovations that we believe we have in our e-learning materials. Of course, the one is a VR exercise where you can have a look. It is outside, and to see how interactive it is. You can experience the VR exercise and to see in a very realistic way what you can do in case of emergency in a religious place. And of course, beyond the traditional, with inverted commas, PowerPoints and interactive that we have in our materials, we included also some mini scenarios, we call them, which are basically mini case studies where the user, before to provide them with the theoretical knowledge, it is an interactive way in order to trigger the interest and to enhance the interactivity. And last but not least, and I'm finished with this, we were in charge for the pilot testing of the face-to-face materials and the e-learning materials. That's all by my side.
And to be honest, it's not so easy to pass the exams. So please try. Go deeply into our materials at the website and please check it. Thank you very much, Marinos. It is a really important issue that we have not only procedures, guidebooks, guidelines, but it is complemented by the course for the e-learners as well as for the security managers of places of worship, which they can get these materials and provide them during the course at many places in European Union, and not only. So thank you one more time, Marinos. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Pavel Truchly from ISEMI from Slovakia. Please inform us about your involvement and your opinion.
Good afternoon. I'm Pavel Truchly from ISEMI Institute. I'm a CBR and defense expert. And also I was responsible for the project management within the ISEMI. So ISEMI, as the institute, is a non-profitable organization working for the public beneficial services. The main customer for us is the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Defense of the Slovak Republic, but we work also for the more organizations, as for example NATO, EODCOE. So our involvement in the project was quite obvious. We had to develop the procedures, which I have to thank very much Cameron for involvement, and myself, I was the leader of the working package 7. So from my perspective, it was, very, very good experience. I learned a lot how to establish, firstly, the strategy. And the strategy was basically well developed, as written inside the project. So we have to follow the project and follow the plan which we established from the beginning. For us, it was many times the support of the other partners that we really needed to go through the awareness-raising campaign. First, when we started to develop the strategy, so we had to realize what is the key message. So for the public awareness campaign, who are the main customers? So we have to really realize what kind of message, educative message we wanted to give to particular group. So we concentrated mainly to the managers of the religious sites, the staff of the religious sites, and definitely the public. So they were the main customers for us. Therefore, then we had developed, let's say, the package of the knowledge that we wish to give to particular each of them. So it was like establish the guidance, take from the guidance the, let's say, minimum but also maximum of the knowledge that we would wish to transfer to them. So, yeah, it was with the great support of many partners. I'm really very thankful. So we started also with the conferences, and thanks to Academia of WSB, Adrian. So we started from beginning with the 2 conferences online, and then we continue also with the panel. So it was excellent to use the studio and to, how we started. So then also I have to really very thank to this, because Vivian, you helped me very much with the vulnerability assessment, light version, which we put inside one of the leaflets. So that was really very nice and really structured, very creative. So thank for that. Of course. Third, when we had the message, the knowledge which we wish to share, then we need to concentrate, of course, to what would be the platform. And that was also the masterpiece when we have to use it the graphical way. And the University of Łódź, thank you very much for the post-modernism studio for the services that we used. So actually we had all the same pattern, to navigate the whole campaign into the same way, that the customers would be led, through the same pictures, through the same video, through the same format, and that was done really very excellent way. So it was. I should have something about the 4 meetings, but at the end we finished with 27. So that was really something what I didn't expect from the beginning, but yeah, that was done because we thought that we need to discuss many things and to have it close to perfection. So because this is what we wanted to, we serve the people, and we need to have the navigation like what if it is really the message that we wish to give to people, how to spread the knowledge inside. So yeah, at the end to be I like numbers, so we developed the, let's say, free brochures, free leaflets, but translated it to the 8 another languages. And that was also the masterpiece, where also KEMEA, Hellenberg Institution, helped us, because that's something for us as the community. It's not needed to go through the translation, but it's so easy to go to the web page, and in web page all materials are already translated, and also to have it a little bit easier and for the younger part of the public. So we have the videos that support the education. So I could talk a little bit more about also the how we concluded that. So the campaign that we had was actually connected to the final aim and to deliver the knowledge. I mean, really, I appreciate the thing, like how easy we went through the steps to deliver a really very good product that, all consortium can be very, very proud. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. We do appreciate your efforts, and it was great contribution. If we are talking about procedures and awareness campaign, this is the body in our consortium responsible for the materials. Once more, thank you very much. Timo Hellenberg from Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rafał Patkowski. Coming from Finland, my problem is that I can only give short answer. So, Hellenberg International is a private company based in Helsinki, and we work with the Finnish government and Swedish government, also with the, of course, European Union different sections. In this project, we had 3 people involved, Hannu, Anu Rantanen was our main researcher, and he worked very intensively with our dear partners, particularly with the Fire University and Kemea in work package 2 and 4, where we had a task responsibility. Myself and Kirsi Toppari, we worked plenty with Pavel and his team at ISEMI. And personally, I have a background in exercise planning and scenario planning, so I highly enjoyed working with the Hellenic Police, Polish Police, Kemea, developing the scenarios and also evaluating the exercise with Anna's team. This in both exercises here in Lutz and in Ioniar. So it was altogether a very comprehensive project, and my takeaway today is to thank the Polish Police and Hellenic Police for your strong involvement in this project. I know how difficult it is to get law enforcement agencies as partners and participants to this kind of project. So you took a challenge, and I'm sure you are happy with that. In Finland, we have a different culture, and time to time it's very difficult to persuade the law enforcement agencies and authorities to take part to the cross-sectoral projects like this one. So I have done all I can to convince the Finnish authorities that it's worth to take part to the project like ProSPeReS, because you can gain in so many ways. You can benefit from that, and you can use the substantial deliverables and outcome planning your own training courses and your own exercises. So thank you for doing that. You have done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you that we can count on you, your expertise and your support. Thank you very much, Timo. Now I'd like to ask a representative of Hellenic Police, Captain Temelis. This is the time for your speech, Captain.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My background, our background is from Crisis Management Division, so I'll give it by examples, how useful it was for us. It was back in October 2020 that we have conducted as Hellenic Police a support training course about amok shooting. We have used, and it was very useful for us, the VAT tool and the VAT tool training activities that were developed here in the project. We have also invited Mr. Apostolou from Kemea in order to test the VAT training course that we have conducted there with excellent results. As a police right now, we have reviewed our operational planning about our major airports. The airports are both under the umbrella of the public space, let's say, and the critical infrastructure. Elements of that we have done there, we have used it in our operational planning. It's also applicable about the museums. It's our next steps for us. We have also participated in a new EU-funded program. It's called Hothred. It's about the security of hotels. It's also very useful. So for us, I will give it with examples. It is very useful. It was and it is very useful.
Thank you very much. This is, from my perspective, an obligation to have police services from Poland, from other countries, fire service in this kind of projects. So we appreciated your efforts. Thank you. One more. Now I'd like to ask Professor Adrian Szatkowski from WSB University to deliver your comments, your speech, and please be ready to start some video if you say about the starting moment.
Thank you, Rafał. Hello, everyone. I'm professor from WSB University from Department of Security Science. And WSB University participate in some of work packages in ProSPeReS project, especially in work package 2. We conducted some security audits, for example, in the Shrine of Jasna Góra. Also, we were mainly responsible for participating in work package 7 about the dissemination and, of course, the raising awareness campaign. And as Paweł mentioned, we used also the new technology, and now I would like to invite you to our virtual studio and watch some video prepared especially for this conference. Please, we can start the video number 1, please.
Welcome to the virtual studio of WSB University in Dąbrowa Górnicza in Poland. WSB University is honored to be a consortium partner in the ProSPeReS project. We are mainly responsible for participating in the area of raising awareness and disseminating the results of the project, and for preparing a guide for the security of religious sites under the security by design concept. It was in this studio that we organized 2 international conferences. The first conference, Challenges and Perspectives, Jewish, Christians and Muslim Interfaith Dialogue, aimed at building bridges of trust and respect with neighbors of the other religions. During the second conference, Current Challenges and Threats to Places of Worship in Europe, with the participation of experts, representatives of various religions, discussed threats and security measures for places of worship.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was our first task, and the second task was prepare the guidebook dedicated for the religious side. This is this guidebook prepared by the research team of WSB University. I was a leader, team and project manager on site WSB University. And please start the second video, and I would like to invite you to some words of summarize our visits, many studies, and of course some words about the guidebook, which is possible to download from our website.
ProSPeReS, protection system for large gatherings of people in religious sites. Security by design is the leading concept of the European Commission's action plan to promote the protection of public spaces. It presents the approach that the best results are obtained when security is taken into account from the very beginning of the planning and design of public spaces. Places of worship pose numerous challenges to the organization of the protection system. This is because the protection system, as a holistic system of different elements of protection, for example, technical protection, landscape, procedures, or norms, is interrelated with each other and with the protected site. The challenges arise from at least 2 conflicting factors: ensuring an adequate level of protection while keeping places of worship open, accessible, and welcoming to the worshippers. The concept of security by design is applied and enhanced within the ProSPeReS project in the work package, preparing the tailor-made security measures for religious sites. The Security by Design Guidebook is a conceptual proposal prepared by a research team within the ProSPeReS project. It was also developed on the basis of study visits made to religious facilities belonging to different religions, located in different locations and building types in Europe. The guidebook places particular emphasis on those solutions that can be implemented easily. The challenge faced by the authors was to develop a guide that was versatile enough to allow the implementation of individual solutions for large, medium, and small places of worship. The authors focused on the concept of landscaping places of worship through a selection of protection elements that can be implemented both at the design stage and to existing infrastructure. The guidebook also showcases good practices observed during the numerous study visits carried out in both work packages 2 and 3. Finally, an example of a comprehensive application of the security by design concept at a place of worship is presented. we invite stakeholders to take a look at the proposals in the guidebook. Visit
our two main tasks, and of course cooperation with all of you, with the consortium, was very, very honored with to us. So one words. For me personally, the many visits which conducted by me personally and my research team in Poland, Czech Republic, Austria, and Hungary, Greece, that was incredible experience with many people, many religion communities. And of course, we were also 1 month after the terrorist attacks in Algeciras. Also, we conducted many analyses in Nice, in Algeciras, in Spain. So we can also we can talk too much more, but I know the time is limited. So on the dinner, of course, we can. Talk more if you want. Thank you, Rafał.
Thank you very much for your great contribution and your opinions. Now it is a time for the second round of the question, and I'd like to ask you, colleagues, to provide us with some recommendations, not only connected with security issues, but maybe from the organizational issues connected with EU project as well. So your recommendation after ProSPeReS project, and we are starting from Konstantinos.
Yes, thank you very much, Rafał. Well, during Work Package 2, when we did our vulnerability analysis, the vulnerability assessment in various places of worship, we found different gaps among them, and various gaps, but also some common needs. What I would focus on, apart from, I'm not going to talk about traditional security measures because that's a given. I would like to focus more on the cooperation between local stakeholders. That would be my first recommendation. Not only the cooperation, but the communication as well. It's very important. Many times we think that we take it for granted that especially on a local level, different organizations or different stakeholders responsible for the same thing, that they communicate with each other and they exchange information. Well, we found out that not only during ProSPeReS, but for the past 5 years that I've been working on the protection of places of the protection of public spaces and places of worship, I see all the time that there is a lack of information exchange and cooperation between different organizations. It was the same case in ProSPeReS, which is, I'm not saying it to be critical or anything. I'm just saying that it should be improved, and I'm very happy because I think that ProSPeReS has done that, at least for the sites and areas of interest. And to clarify, when I'm talking about local stakeholders, I'm talking about the staff of the places of worship, religious and administrative, but also the local law enforcement agencies and the rest of the first responders, such as the fire brigade or the emergency medical services, or anyone else who would be responsible to respond in a real-life incident at places of worship. So that would be one of my suggestions. And another important thing which we achieved as well during ProSPeReS was the involvement of the religious staff, of the staff of a place of worship in the security procedures. As I said before, the staff of the religious sites was very engaged. And what I meant by that was that when we carried out the vulnerability assessment workshops, we needed the active participation of everyone. We needed to extract information from people, from staff that knew how the religious sites operate. We needed them active because we needed to train them in order to carry out vulnerability assessments by themselves. During the live field exercises, we needed the staff, the religious staff, to participate in the response processes, because that's what we aimed for. That's what the whole project was about. Of course, it was beneficial also for the local police, the local fire brigade. That goes without saying. But most importantly, the target audience was the staff of the place of worship and the facilities themselves. So I think we achieved those two in ProSPeReS, and that's what I would recommend, apart from traditional measures or security by design or anything else. I would say that we should invest in the human factor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to underline that these recommendations will be collected and we will present it to DigiHome and other institutions. So thank you very much. And now we are interested in your opinion, Anna, your recommendation.
Well, that really goes in the same line, and I go maybe one step further then, so that's actually also good teamwork again. But yeah, like I said before, ProSPeReS project had very nice, good deliverables. But I believe to get the deliverables across, we need the human brain. And I'm among a lot of very intelligent professors here, so I feel a little bit humble. But I tried to do a short lecture in 30 seconds about the brain, which is, of course, a bit short, because the brain is, I think, one of the scientific stories where we have to learn a lot. But from an influential way, you can see the brain into, or divide them in 3 parts. And that's the knowledge part, where you kind of archive your knowledge, which we've done, I think, with all the deliverables in the project. And that's nice, but then, yeah, it's there in your archive. Is that the right word? Yeah. Then you have a second part of your brain, which is the thinking brain. And yeah, well, that's the most common part, and that makes us reflect on what we do. Well, we reflect here a lot about what we've done, and that's good and nice. And we can also make plans for the future with that part of our brain. But then you have, I think, the last part, the third part, which is really important, is the reflex part of your brain. So how you reflex, and that's the intuitive part of the automatic part. And I think specifically in this area, that's a really important part. And like we heard in the panel too, like this person approaches you or approaches one of the priests, that people are not automatic react. And of course, we made all the measures. We wrote a lot of procedures in this project, and I think it happens in a lot of EU projects. But then I think, and that would be my advice also, we, in the next project, and I hope we can add in a new project with this consortium, we should look into that part, like how we use the materials, or how do we deliver the materials in the best way that it gets adopted and it gets into the brain and it brings people to action. So that's what I hope, and I hope the EU, I keep mentioning it, puts that in the new proposals, that this is a really important scientific part which we should adopt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. This is good inspiration, I hope not only for me. Please be informed that tomorrow morning we will start our last consortium meeting, but I hope it will be the first day for elaboration, the next project. I hope so. Thank you very much, Anna.
That depends on tonight, you know, Rafa.
Now I'd like to ask Colonel Tomasz Węgliński, your recommendation, your opinion, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Yeah, today we heard a couple of times that it's impossible to anticipate each and every emergency, each and every terrorist attack, and that's obvious. So what we can do, we can try to assess the risk. So simply just to try to figure out what might be the likelihood and potential negative impact of these events. But there is something else we can do. I think we could build something what is called resilience, so the resilient spaces, and a part of it is a coping capacity. So the coping capacity is something what is actually the equipment, all these assets we have, including the humans' minds, so the knowledge and skills we have, is a part of it. And I think a project is an important element that builds these solutions, these tools we can use for building coping capacity, and through that increasing the resilience. And since this is we address actually a pretty broad audience from different religions, so. I think it is crucial to get across with a simple messages. This is the word today, and I'm very happy to see that the procedures, thanks Cameron and all these people who are involved into that, are simple, and because it matters, because time matters in these situations, and actually nobody, especially known experts, will think about highly sophisticated protocols and behaviors and knowledge they could just dig in somewhere in depth their minds. They heard something about that 2 years or 3 years ago. That will not work, definitely not. And what we have are simple protocols, simple procedures, and this is the strength of it, because then they become to be universal, to a certain extent, of course, and they become to be easy to digest and remember and remind them at certain important moment of our lives. And I would definitely like to distract or diverse between simple and simplistic. These are not simplistic protocols. They are simple protocols, simple messages that are very useful, and just trying to touch upon a little bit the context which I was involved mainly into, it's like CBRN. Knowing the procedure, remove, it's so easy just to remember that. And it plays so an outstanding role to know it in this critical moment, because we heard it also from Zdzisław's presentation, that these are actually minutes or even seconds, when by using the remove procedure, you can actually diminish 90% or even more the contamination you could be exposed to. So it's critical. And these are the minutes where the agencies, the civil protection assets, fire brigade is not on the scene yet in most cases, because it's impossible. And that's why I'm coming back to the first message I try to get across, is that the knowledge about the proper, simple behaviors, this is something we should build on in so broad, in a so broad spectrum of our respondents and the people we are trying to address to. And I think that's something we should focus on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Highly interesting. This is the clear message for me, and I hope for you, colleagues: professionalism and simplicity. And this is really important in our life. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask Marinos, the floor is yours.
Very much, Rafał. Before I proceed with the answer, I missed something on my previous intervention, and I would like to, since I have the opportunity, to thank all the colleagues that were contributing for Package 5 to the development of the training materials. Of course, the module leaders, but of course the module contributors, because they put a lot of efforts to the development of these rich materials. And of course, I would like to thank the co-leaders of work package 5, DSC, for the excellent cooperation that we have. So the first recommendation is to do ProSPeReS number 2 for me. That's the first recommendation. Now as...
Starting tomorrow. Sorry.
Yes, starting from tomorrow. So, recommendations. I want to build on the lecture by Anna about the 3 parts of the mind. You mentioned about the knowledge and the reflection part. This is very important for us. And these are linked with the recommendations that we have. First of all, about the knowledge part, we believe that knowledge is not something static. So we develop all of these training materials, either in the face-to-face format, either in the e-learning. So the challenge is to review, to be updated. I mean, either the terrorist attacks, they're more sophisticated, more weapons, more sophisticated weapons. We have, new prevention measures. So a challenge for the future projects is how to review and how to update all of this knowledge that we produce, and of course other projects are producing. So the recommendation is the constant review of all of these training materials. A second recommendation, which is very linked with the work that we're doing, is a presentation of the knowledge. We believe that we gave an interactive touch in our training materials in the ProSPeReS. We have the VR exercise, we have the mini scenarios in the training. So we want this element to be more visible in the following proposal, to have a more gamified approach in all of the training materials, and we don't have to be afraid of the phrase gamified. Gamified, it's not something weird. It's not only for the teenagers that are playing video games. No, it's an educational method where it is very popular also in the adult education. So we want to see this gamified aspect to be in the following proposal. And last but not least, a further recommendation will be the expansion of the religious sites that are included in the project, the translation of the materials in more languages for further dissemination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is highly important. Your recommendation will be collected, as I said before. Thank you once more. Now I'd like to ask Pavel from ISEMI to share your recommendation. And please give us one connected with CBRN, because in many times I can observe the lack of information, lack of knowledge among communities, local communities, related to this issue. So, please.
Thank you very much, Rafał. So, it's very hard to kill the trainer in myself. So, all the products of the awareness raising campaign which we had, so it was really delivered into the way like what we should learn the people, okay, the minimum. And this is what was mentioned by Tomasz. When we are stressed, when you are under the pressure, life threat, so there are barely a couple things that you can remember and how you can save your life. So therefore, like 3 things, and usually this is how we put together really 3 things what you should do, or it is run, hide, tell, or it is remove. So simplicity, it's the key. So definitely. So second thing, what I learned, my observation, it's the observation, the lesson that I have to remember from my old commander. And he told me that training is everything and everything is training. And this is what we learned. So if the project is successful, if it lives beyond the lifetime of the project. Okay, so if those managers of the religious sites and the staff of religious sites remembers and does the training with the staff, with the welcoming team, that would be an excellent. That would be an excellent if they remember and if they use our material easy and in a simple way that download it from the web page. So this is very important. What we learned here in Łódź and what we learned in Ioannina, we wanted to test what we prepared. And we simply realized that the effect of nudity with the CBRN was affected the behavior of the people. So, for example, we told to people, okay, get dressed yourself when you are exposed to the chemical agent, but of course, no one wants to be naked outside. So, okay, therefore I'm saying you have to train the people. I mean, the best thing that you can ever do is to have the hands-on training. The theoretical stuff, it's one thing. If you once you train, you have your own observation, which you will not find in our project. So that's probably maybe third and fourth advice, that the next generation of the ProSPeReS project shall be also, into the way we have already our findings, we have already the knowledge, we develop materials, but how to transfer it to the public. So, and that's also needs funding. So, yeah.
Of course, I do agree. Thank you very much. I hope you are encouraged to have our materials, to be more familiar with guidebooks and guidelines. Please check it. From my perspective, they are really simple, professional, and practical. So do it, please. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Timo Hellenberg. Please share your opinion with us.
Thank you very much, Pavel, Rafal, to coordinating this. Let me tell you what was the biggest difficulty for us in this project, and that was the beginning. That was the beginning in Finland. How to approach the religious societies, the faith communities, with the idea to take part to the project like ProSPeReS. And it took a while to think about it. What is the right approach? And we found out a way. I found out that actually one of my ancestors used to be a priest in one of the churches in Finland in early 1500s. And that helped a little bit to approach this particular church nearby Tampere in central Finland to start discussing about possibility to be active participant to the project, multicultural, cross-sectoral, multidisciplinary project like ProSPeReS. By the end of the week, we had 3 communities, few places of worship taking part to the project. We had 2 evangelic Lutheran churches and Helsinki Jewish community, Jewish synagogue. So basically we were quite successful, and what I was very happy about was that all these 3 entities were actively taking part to the project itself. So this was a learning curve. We are also very happy and grateful for the consortium because there is the follow-up. We will start in next February the training of the Helsinki Evangelic Lutheran Church staff based on the materials produced by the project. And of course there is a similar message from all these communities in Finland that which have been taking part to the project, that there has to be follow-up because we have just grasped the surface and we have delivered the materials, but there needs to be ProSPeReS too, and that is definitely something which is needed. The other thing, what I would like to underline again, is the absolute necessity to have active participation by the law enforcement and fire and rescue services, all the first responding agencies from the member countries of the project consortium. And in that respect, extremely encouraged to see the participation of the Polish authorities and the authorities, particularly in Greece, taking part to these exercises. And most importantly, to have an open-minded approach to external evaluation, external expertise taken into account in the evaluation and designing the scenarios in the project. So altogether, very encouraging experiences, and I agree, Rafal, with you that one of the major tasks tomorrow at our meeting is to discuss about the follow-up, how we can take best out of the ProSPeReS 1, and also encouraged to see that the approach by European Commission to the project, the guidance along the way, and very supportive role. So I think we are well on track and look forward. Thank you.
This is very supportive. Thank you very much, Timo. And now I'd like to ask Captain Temelis for your recommendation, your opinion.
So already our colleagues, our partners, they have already mentioned it. The answer is training and exercise. The police, the fire service, more or less, we have the knowledge alive because, as I already mentioned, we use it in everyday life. We conduct and we implement the vulnerability assessment studies or whatever. For my opinion, we have to focus in a training the trainer course that will be focused on the operators about the religious sites. Because in my opinion, they have to be able to carry out the knowledge among themselves, by themselves. Because we don't have the power to be, the people to do it with us and to help them, The real life is very urgent for us. It's very difficult. That's my opinion.
I agree with you. Thank you very much. Sometimes I can observe the lack of any exercises, any trainings in many areas, especially when we are talking about public places. So this is very important to encourage people to be more familiar with our system and our training proposals, exercises, and so on. Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask Mr. Professor Siatkowski, please share with us your recommendations, your opinion.
Thank you, Rafał. My colleagues gave you many advices and many recommendations. Ismaila, in her presentation, mentioned and talked about the protection action plan. And of course, our guidebook is also under this action plan, but dedicated especially for place of worship. Of course, the European Commission gave also the guidebook to protection of public spaces, but our recommendations are very, very practice. Sometimes managers, administrators, places of worship will not be able to apply the full range of security system, especially due to the limit of the financial resources. The financial aspect is crucial in this point. But I would like to mention you that sometimes simply solution is enough. What it means? It means, for example, take care about the landscape, the object, the environment of the object, taking care about the management, generally management, planting trees, installing barriers, or, for example, temporary barriers with mass events, showing that the place someone is interested. Why? Because not only the threat of terrorism is valid, but also the threat of the of the common crimes, for example. So in our guidebook, you can find some very, very simply solutions and recommendation how to implementing easy some solution to your landscape, not only to place of worship, but also to public spaces and public objects. That was a first comment, and last but not least, when we organized the conferences with Pavel under the Raising Awareness campaign, the conferences showed that is still need to talk, especially in now the situation in Middle East, in Ukraine, when is a popular hate between the religions, between the communities. We should talk, and talk. This is my recommendation to every representatives of religions community. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, and thank to all of you, colleagues. We are almost finished our panel, but there is a time for you, dear participants. If you have any comments, any questions, please share with us.
Hello everyone, my name is Daria Kardel, I'm from Polish State Railways, and I have one question. I believe it's a question to Konstantinos, because you said you are in charge of designing the training program, right?
Actually, Cardet was responsible for the designing of the training curriculum, if that's what you're referring to. Kemea was responsible for carrying out the training in Ioannina, Greece.
Okay.
So if it's about we are united, so please ask the question.
I will ask.
Go ahead.
So when designing the training program and guidelines, did you take into account the cultural and religious differences? For example, when there is an incident with hazardous materials, one of the recommendations is to remove. So for example, for Muslim women to take off the clothes in the public, it must be very hard. And it can meet with the resistance. So did you take into account this kind of details when you were designing the guidelines and the training?
Will probably go to me a little bit, because we were in the responsibility of also to consider this thing. So yes, no. So of course, yes, we have taken that into the account. So I would discuss it from the point of view when we started. So the message is absolutely clear. So and it was also mentioned by Tomasz. If there is a let's say chemical warfare agent, within the seconds, within the minute, if you do not get rid of your clothes, you're gonna die. I'm not going to persuade anyone that it's not true. It's absolutely, it's a fact. Okay. So to tell to a human being, if you take the decision, or you're going to be seen naked, or you are going to die. So my advice as the professional is, please get rid of the clothes. As I mentioned, during the training with the police officers, between those, let's say, professionals that we had to test the procedure, they didn't want to take off the clothes. For the one reason, it was the training. So I'm in CBRN for more than 25 years. So always I faced this kind of problem. Therefore, I said the effect of nudity always takes actually disaster during the exercises. But we are here as professionals to tell the public, get rid of the clothes. Go out first from the contaminated area, get rid of the clothes, and then get rid of the contaminant. So whatever advice we would take if you are from any kind of religion, if you simply do not do these steps, you're gonna die, okay? So it's about the acceptance. Then, this is what I mentioned, second thing, managers of the religious sites and the staff of religious sites, you have to think about your own community. You have to know by design how actually to put the streamline. If I do have the incident like this one, what way, how to make it easier for the people. So if I already make some kind of established place where possibly people would not be seen, you know, that's the matter of the training, that's the matter of the settlement, that's the matter of the prevention. So this is exactly what we describe over the whole project. So we had faced and we tested ourselves when we were designing the awareness-raising campaign. When we would take a look at the remove procedure, the very last page, we have it. And this is what I discussed with the, it was Alexei Ceglinski and also with Rafał Kowalczyk. And I told him, please, have a little bit sense. Do not put the naked woman over there. It's religious material. You know, it might be, you know. So we put the blanket to cover it because it's one of the steps that the management of the religious sites, you know, the people, the part of the nudity is not the problem. The part of the emergency is that actually when you are naked, you are cold, especially now when there is outside -5 in Poland. So therefore, the blanket, the foil, it's one of the things that really can help. So yeah, the step after the step. So yeah, we know what we are doing. We did our best advice. The thing is to train it, to follow it. So
can I add something?
Of course, but I'd like to underline it was a very good question and a very important answer, and Marinos and Tomasz are waiting. But it is to emphasize that our materials is dedicated to all religious communities. It is really important. And please, would you like to add something?
I want to add something next to you.
Of course. Sorry.
No, this is an exact example of where the knowledge is ending. So it is instead of remove, repeat, but also women at that moment, if it's in her intuition brain, she will not think about that part. She will go for the I want to survive. So that's exactly, I think we should add a threesome, like repeat the knowledge about it, and then someone will react the right way.
Thank you, Anna. Marinos?
Just a very brief comment from the training material perspective. Of course, we have the subject matter expert where they will build all of the material. So I think Pavel's answer was very indicative. But just from the perspective of the training materials, I would like to emphasize that in the guidelines that we gave to all the contributors, to the people that they were building their materials, they have very specific guidelines to avoid any phrases that create any connotation with any religion or create any discrimination of any type. But thank you very much for your question. It was a very valid point.
Tomasz?
Yeah, let me complement a little bit, mainly to that what Pavel said. I think it's a very good question because you asked about the context. Pavel addressed directly your question, and the project proposes the best optimal behavior in this type of situations. And that should be followed, in our opinion. And the question concerning sensitivities, which are more the context of this behavior, of this measure, of this procedure, and of course, on the context, we can also care about beforehand. That's why we have a preparatory phase, just to think about that, how to care of these sensitivities, which are highly important because at the end of the day, these sensitivities could determine that the people will pass away or not. And that's why it's important to think about that ahead. Like the plastic bags, which were mentioned. Of course, this is very basic and cheap, I would say, solutions to have just a bunch of plastic bags, just for this reason that could never happen actually. But if it happens, then definitely you can need it just to care of these sensitivities, because these plastic bags are very simple to be used, and actually they could at least partly solve this problem, because it is a problem. For the let's say, the contamination ways which are being prepared by the professional agencies, of course, these issues are taken into account. There is a simple division between the men and female, male and females, for example, and that's there are different types of let's say, screens also provided just to avoid showing the people naked to the public. So this is guaranteed, but that comes later, after a couple of minutes, when the professional agency arrives. For the first minutes, for the first seconds that are highly important, it should be something to deal with by the administrator, and having in mind these sensitivities, to think about that, how we can deal with these issues, just to make the contamination as much successful as possible. You can think, for example, about different internal spaces you have in your place of worship. For example, I don't know, showers. There could be some toilets or showers. You can just think about it. Okay, we can make the movement of the people throughout different type of our rooms where they could simply shortly shower themselves. And of course, these rooms have their own walls, what means it also solves to some extent this type of problem. But it's very important just to, that's a very good question, to my opinion.
And this is the strength of our project, I hope so, because we are trying to encompass so many important security issues. Thank you very much, Thomas. And Adrian?
Yes, you must remember that our products are dedicated to all religions. And for example, the mosque is a special room to bath, for example, before the prayer. So, but I would like to add some comments for your question and answer my colleagues. To consider is the training should be prepared to the training, or should prepare to the real situation. And to be honest, in the real situation, all behaviors of the humans, all behaviors of the crowd panic, for example, is the same. And the people don't consider, remove or not remove, because the behavior, basic fundamental behavior is alive. It's alive.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have started the Q&A session. We have finished our panel, but please stay at your position. Maybe it will be better to avoid some mess. To stay, and we will be ready to answer, but not only us, many other persons at this conference room, to answer the question. Let's start discussion, and I can see a person with a question. Marzena, would you like to ask something? Marzena was responsible for delivering a transnational model of awareness campaign. So please ask.
Thank you, Rafał. Actually, I didn't want to ask. Rather, I wanted to comment what was add something to the answer to the question. Very good one. I wanted to remind that we also have you and I, because I joined in the end the consortium, and I had the pleasure to work on transnational model that can be used in all countries in Europe. This is the model of designing of awareness-raising campaign. I wanted to mention about this because it's also answer to your question that this model shows, it was our intention, the intention of ProSPeReS project, that how to prepare this kind of model as a universal tool, explaining step by step how to adjust the awareness-raising campaign created under the project, but tailor-made it to the local needs and the capabilities. So it's related to the situation described in the question that we have a product which is universal, but not in this meaning that universal one fits all, because it's not possible, but this is a universal model which, with a small adjustment to the needs and the capabilities of local communities, also religion-based, can be implemented in different communities, different countries. So I just wanted to add this.
Thank you very much. And once more, be familiar with our materials. And I can see other person with the question. Please remember during this session that we have in our conference room representatives of religious communities, DG Home, and other important institutions. So, let's start.
Hi. I just wanted to, it is more a comment regarding the question on of if you're a Muslim woman. If I'm thinking of a case in Tetuan, northern Morocco, in the 80s, where there was a fire in a hammam, in a public bath. Some of the women who were inside died because they didn't want to go out of the place naked. So I think every case is unique. Then at the same time, if we talk about if it was a terrorist attack, for instance, of course you could take out the hijab or the veil, because Islam, as in other religions, it allows the taqiyya, the occultation, the hiding of your religion to save your life. So we have to take care, think of every case very quietly before making a decision. Thank you.
Very important issue. Thank you once more. But I'd like to emphasize that we don't want to force anybody. We'd like to encourage to be more familiar with these procedures, and then to educate worshippers, educate religious community to use if we're facing the threat. So this is kind of encouraging people to raise their level of awareness. Thank you very much. Other things, other comments, questions, please.
May I add something? For example, in our task, security by design, we have a very big problem how to keep balance between the, for example, large scale and mass event places of worship, and how to prepare, the rules and recommendation for each of large, small, medium cities and different buildings, locations, recommendations for everyone. And I know that is a very big problem, maybe not problem, maybe is a challenge to keep also the recommendation to, for example, Muslim women, also the Jewish, for example, communities, So every our recommendation are the proposal, the rules on the threat phase. And I'm sure, I know the Middle East very well, really. And I'm sure that on the face of threats and incidents and accidents, the human behavior are the same.
Thank you.
The same. But of course, I understand your doubt about the naked, for example. But if you have the choice, take the hijab, for example. Not to be naked, but we talked about the hijab also, or survive. What is your choice? I think survive.
Thank you very much, Adrian. This is the time for your questions, please.
I am wondering, talking about design to design to secure, how we can, I don't know. What about the old building, the historical place of cult? Then it's not always possible to.
Not always, but sometimes.
Yes, I was wondering, for example, the old cathedral or something like that. What in that case?
So we have representatives from the cathedral in Łódź, Archcathedral. Maybe you can share your comments, your opinion about how to change the situation, security situation in this building, in this facility. Is anybody? Okay. This is a time for discussion. If rector wants, please, Rector Jacek, please answer this question. Really? And the question was how we can strengthen security in terms of security by design when we are talking about cathedral.
Yes. Excuse me. As far as I know, there are no limits in old buildings to implant some issues to prevent the fire, the CC camera, according to the artist value guardians. I think there's no problem to do it. As in our cathedral, there are several systems of security, and it's discreet. Nobody can even see it, but it is. So I think that's it's normal practice if someone is guardian of some artistic value building to collaborate with the specialist, and one can do it.
Once more, be familiar with our guidebook on security by design issues and this kind of approach. And you can find how can you change situation if you are the plan to build something or you've got this kind of cathedral, let's say. Konstantinos, you'd like to add something, as I remember.
No, it's all right. I was just, I want to say that the whole point of security by design is not to take measures that are integrated into the aesthetics of a building or its environment. So, of course, it's not always feasible. When it's not feasible, it's not security by design. And security by design can be implemented either from the beginning, when we start building a facility, or if feasible, if possible, integrate some measures in its existent design. But what you said is very important. It's one of the main aspects, actually, of security by design, to keep the place aesthetic, to take measures, to apply measures by keeping the place aesthetically pleasing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Adrian, who was responsible for the security by design guidebook.
Konstantinos mentioned that the security by design concept should be applied on the beginning of build the object. But of course, you're right that some places, some object may be historical monuments or under the protection like the heritage, for example, And of course, the security by design, you can apply the solution via landscape arrangement, for example, not inside like the security systems like CCTV, for example, and fire protection system. Security by design is a concept which may be implemented to existing infrastructure also, because you can use the protection elements. For example, if you want to block threats, for example, of cars, you have to build some barriers. Not metal barriers only, but you can put the trees if you want to have, not temporary, but existing barriers, If you want to have, some landscaping protection element, you can put the stones, for example, big stones. This is also the barriers against the cars, for example, to attack, So in the security by design concept, it's the use of the landscaping design elements to put much more protection element around the object, for example. And one more. We have also the representatives, the oldest shrine in Poland, Łukasz Grabowski from Jasna Góra in Poland. This is a good example how to can change, the protection system and to use the old elements also as a protection element.
Thank you very much, and we are not so far from Jasna Góra, so if you have time, please visit this beautiful place. If Łukasz wants to add something, please, but I'd like to inform you that we've got about 3-4 minutes, so the comment from Łukasz and maybe other comment from you, colleagues.
My name is Lukas Grabowski. I would like to add something because I represent Jasna Góra, and the problem you mentioned, which is the historical buildings, we have it all the time because this place, which is like from 15th century, 16th century, and we have to protect it. We have to set up some kind of sensors. We have to set up some kind of CCTV cameras, and we have also the problem. As you said, do you want to die or live? So when you have a conservation officer or some kind of rules which you have to obey, we always ask them, do we want us to do that kind of security systems to protect the people or not? And to be honest, you can do it. You have a lot of different kind of technical things how you can do that at the historical places. We did it a lot of times, different buildings, different cathedrals, different churches. So I don't know what's about the different countries, but like in Poland, when you have a law, for especially the most problem when you have with the fire department. I'm sorry for the guys, but the good thing is that you can do exceptions. So, for example, you don't want to destroy any historical wall or painting or anything like that. But if you now have knowledge how to put the security systems, you can do it, and that's what we do. And if anyone would ask me, maybe in a break, I could share some kind of about it.
Thank you very much. And the knowledge, of course, Father Grigorio, and the knowledge from Jasna Góra, from Łukasz, it was vital for us and it was very useful in our project. Thank you, Łukasz. Father Grigorio.
Just to offer an experience from the last exercise in Ioannina. During the exercise, the perpetrator, the whole event was locked inside the church and we were outside, and when all finished, Cameron noticed that the door, because we were discussing okay, it's okay for the door to keep the people out when you have the perpetrator out. He noticed that the door is not so firmly closing, so he suggested that with 2 simple bolts on the door, which doesn't alter anything. Okay, this is a new church, okay, it's not a monument. But you can put 2 bolts even in older doors. So this is a very good example on the field during the exercise, how we got an observation that can give us a new feature of security. Very simple, very fast, costs nothing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just a last comment or last question, please. If not, I'd like to thank you very much, panelists of this 3rd panel. Thank you very much.
I would like tomorrow crying due to the end of this project, really.
So I'd like to thank you. So, I'd like to inform you very briefly about next steps during our conference. The summary, conclusion, and closing speech are approaching, but let's have a 5-minute break. But please take your seats, because this break will be connected with information about a medical, let's say, set connected with our offer in the bags, which you have which you can collect during this project. Michał Stachyra from University of Łódź, a former border guard officer, and now he's represent EMS services, will present this set of important things which you can get at the reception desk. Please. Excuse me, Michał, maybe before your speech, I'd like to ask Vivian and Konstantinos to prepare recommendation outputs after your panels, because in 5 minutes we will start to present this recommendation, and after this presentation, me, Vivian, and Konstantinos, we will ask the representative of our project, Marcin Podogrocki, to deliver the closing speech. So now we are trying to be well prepared to present recommendation. But 5 minutes for you, Michał.
Okay, so we were thinking what to give you to make it as practical as could be and as useful as could be. So, because ProSPeReS is connected with saving lives, and in our guidebook is a section consider first aid. So first of all, I really recommend that you will get to know with our guidebook and with section first aid. So in this section you will find exactly details about the first aid kit and also quite useful information which can develop future training for you and your teams. Secondly, as you can see, it's a small package. It's individual first aid kit. It was developed by us to secure most possible injuries and wounds. So with this kit, you can save a lot of lives because it was said that the first responder is a victim of witness before all services will come. So with this practical set, you are safe, your family is safe, and your friends are safe because you can really secure them and develop first aid if necessary. Secondly, it's so small because in our idea was to give you useful tool which can be all the time with you, abroad, at home. You can keep it, you can split it, and it has no sharp obstacles because we were thinking that some of you are traveling with a small baggage by plane, so if there is something sharp, it can be taken out. So to make you secure and safe, it's the kit without any sharp obstacles. You can carry it even in the plane. What is inside? I will change microphone. Oops. Okay, is it working? So, you will find a tourniquet. So during the massive hemorrhage, it's the best idea to secure people. All the things now, it's not a course, it's not a training, so I won't be able to develop your knowledge because I'm up to tomorrow and I'm fond of these things. If you need my guidance, if you would like to ask me any question, I'm for the next 12 or more hours for you. So during the dinner or during tomorrow morning, if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask me. But what is inside tourniquet? As you can see, it can be splitted, and it's very useful. So it's the best tool to control massive bleedings from hands or legs. How to put it, how to use it, you will find in our guidebook. There is really good information, good movies, links, and especially you have to train it because the knowledge how to use it, it's good, but without opening it and just playing by hands with it, you will never know how to use it. So our guidebook and just during 5 minutes break in the hotel or at home, just to look at it, how it works, find a movie, or during the dinner I can show you. As you can see, these things can be splitted and put to the woman bag or man everyday carry small bag. The second thing is a bandage, and it's multifunction bandage, which is really a powerful tool. It's just small. It has possibility somehow like a tourniquet, but also there is additional gauze inside that can be used to pack the wound. There is sterile gauze to pack the wound or just to secure some sharps, wounds, or other things. For safety, gloves. And as you can see, there are some small other things which we put it just for minor injuries, minor wounds, because we are thinking that, of course, we are talking about great idea to secure human lives, but mostly during the travels, during the meetings, we have just small, simple wounds, cuts, so you will find the way to secure them. So it's all what you will find it. As you can see, you can carry it together. It has many possibilities to put to the belt, to put the rucksack, tactical vest, backpack during the trekking in the mountains. So it's very, very, I hope, useful tool to remember ProSPeReS, to remember project. And if you split it, because you are hurry up, you are going somewhere and you don't want to have so many things, I insist to have or tourniquet or just this small bandage. If you know how many things you can do with it, you will find it in our guidebook. You will be really fond of it. So I will finish now, but remember, in case of questions, I'm open for it. See.
Thank you very much, Michał. So you can see there is not only a souvenir, but it is important, you know, set of materials which can be useful in case of emergency. So now I'd like to ask Vivian Gravenberch from the Netherlands to inform us about the recommendation after the panel number one. Vivian, the floor is yours.
All right. So this, sorry. Something going on outside, I think. Now we're all trained enough to go outside and be heroes. I'm kidding. Okay, so I'm going to read this out loud as my archive brain, as Anna mentioned it, and short-term memory have already left the building. I would like to emphasize two terms. The first is resilience. After training other people about how to become resilient, I I've actually noticed about half a year ago that it has been integrated into the reflex part of my brain. When I was visiting the European Commission's office, I was in a beautiful metro station, and I thought, wow, this is like the best example of security by design and crime prevention through environmental design. And then I had to travel to the airport, and I had to go through Brussels South metro station, which is a very different example. And I already saw, because I was in a suit and I had like a suitcase, and I saw myself as a movie, as a walking target. So I actually looked at myself and like, you're a target now. And what I thought might happen actually occurred. So I saw some individuals trying to target me, and they wanted to go and rob me. There was a very difficult situation, and I really saw that they were doing that. So I locked myself in the bathroom, and I was like, okay, so I heard this super calming voice of Cameron Mann actually in my brain. You have to do it like this. So these are the steps of what you're going to do. You have to think about what they are going to do. So in this case, they were two junkies, and I thought, well, they're super slow, so I will be faster. So what I'm going to do, I repeated it in my brain, I'm going to walk out, I'm going to run towards the exit, and that is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to run out, run towards the exit. And it all went fine, so I felt super resilient because I knew what the procedures were, and I really practiced them so much, and I trained other people to do what they can do in these situations. So that was the term I wanted to emphasize. The second term is ProSPeReS. Because what does ProSPeReS actually mean? We're talking about the whole project, but we haven't really emphasized the term today yet. It means having success or being financially successful, which actually grasps back to Kashif's important comment about budget. So thankfully, the EU Commission helps us a lot with all of the wonderful funding situations and all of the beautiful EU projects that we have seen today. So I'm super proud of them, and I see that we're making Europe a more safe and secure space altogether. Okay, so summarizing, I actually made some tips and tricks based on the first panel for managers of places of worship, because I wanted to make it practically. First one is embrace diversity. Every member state tracks data differently, so comparing incidents can be challenging, as we heard. Remember, hate crimes can target any religious group, and it is crucial to address and register and report hate crimes, as small as they may be, to see if a trend is emerging. We have to see that from the very low point of view. Most importantly, keep in mind what is important for different types of worshipers, like we just mentioned in the discussion, and make sure to adapt measures to needs of specific situations and contexts, also cultural contexts. Second, tips and tricks is about security by design. I actually know a lot about security by design and crime prevention through environmental design. And I think one of the most important things where we can save EU member states already is by one simple fact: do not buy concrete bollards. Do not do that. I heard from many vehicle mitigation experts that concrete bollards are one of the most harmful methods of trying to prevent vehicle attacks, because they can splatter apart or they can shove and then even create more casualties. So that's my only practical tip: do not buy concrete bollards. Third is community engagement. Involve the local community in protecting your place of worship and foster resilience in that way. So raise awareness, collaborate with law enforcement agencies, as we just mentioned, and as we did in this project, and exchange best practices with other religious communities. We've seen some of the representatives in this project that have such a high level of security already. It would be good if you can share this knowledge among different religious communities, of course. Fourth, almost done, leverage technology. Invest in the latest technologies that suit your needs and your budget. Balance security with maintaining an open environment. Avoiding excessive measures that may resemble an airport entrance. Fifth, And last is collaboration is key. I do not want to emphasize that once again, but I am going to emphasize it again. Fostering collaboration between different stakeholders is of course super important, including police, hospitals, and other places of worship. Share information, learn from each other's experiences, and build a common operational picture, as we mentioned, during critical moments. So remember, resilience and prosperity are built through cooperation, information sharing, and a collective effort to ensure the safety, well-being, and feeling of welcoming of everyone in your place of worship. So I would like to end with saying the words, stay united and stay safe. Thank you.
Konstantinos Apostoliou from KEMEA, please inform about your recommendations connected with your panel.
Once again, thank you very much, Rafael. I have a list of a few recommendations which are based on our discussion, on our previous discussion during panel 2, but also my personal experience. And I'll get right to the point in risk of repeating myself. And the first one would be interfaith collaboration. It is very important, and it can be enhanced, and it can be engaged through events such as this. There are many research projects out there on ProSPeReS doing similar events, inviting religious organizations to participate, but also law enforcement agencies and first responders. And these projects and events are a great opportunity for interfaith collaboration, which would not be present otherwise. Apart from European projects, also other events on a European level, I strongly suggest that you take advantage of them and participate in them. Many times you will realize that you have many more things and issues in common than you originally thought so. To more practical things, communicate with local law enforcement agencies and in light of events for ad hoc security measures. That's a recommendation directed especially to the management of religious sites. I'm saying that when you have a large event coming up with high-profile participants or high level of concentration of people concentration in general, it is very good to communicate beforehand with the local law enforcement agencies and first responders to let them know that you're going to host that event, to let them know how many people are going to be in this event, so they can consider the situation and take the necessary and apply the necessary security measures for that day. Simple task, but yet effective. Ask law enforcement agencies and first responders to carry out joint emergency field exercises. That's one more thing that's not very common, especially when we're talking about multidisciplinary cooperation. Maybe joint field exercises are more common among law enforcement agencies and first responders, but for sure they're not common when they involve personnel from places of worship. That's the one. Such an exercise was the field exercise, where the two field exercises that took place during ProSPeReS. Fourth, train the religious personnel, your religious personnel, in basic security procedures. For example, basic surveillance, or what they can do when a visitor faints in a place of worship, things like that. Very simple procedures. They can be trained by local first responders or law enforcement agencies, and they can gain very useful skills. And something very important that was mentioned by Archimandrite Grekas before was security culture. The whole idea is to build a security culture. That's what most places lack. Security culture can be built through training, through security awareness, and through discussion. So I encourage all the managers of places of worship and religious institutions to engage in discussion and relevant activities. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Konstantinos. Thank you very much, Vivian. Before their speeches, I plan to inform that we have no time to prepare anything, but now I'm surprised. It was great to hear this kind of recommendation and the structure of your information, your opinion about how to strengthen security of places of worship. I've got just bullet points, so forgive me, but to be honest, afterwards, after this conference, we will prepare, I hope, good content with recommendations and opinion after this project, and we will send to you colleagues, to consortium partner, and to DG Home. So a few information, a few bullet points, more bullet points than a structured recommendation from my side. First of all, I'm really grateful to you colleagues, to partners of the consortium, and any other person who was involved in this project. It was great, really great to cooperate and to get knowledge from your side. Thank you very much. A second issue is connected with a strong thing in my mind that we are establishing ProSPeReS community, and you are invited to this community. Please be invited to this community because there is still so much work to do to protect places of worship, and not only, public spaces in general. The third thing is connected with the big request to DG Home, because we still want to have a strong input where we are talking about communication and dissemination. We've got, for example, awareness campaign. And it will be great to reach all of the European countries, members of European Unions, with this material. So this is our request. And something more general, if you allow me, just 3 minutes, please. A few words about more general recommendation. First of all, we'd like to continue this work. This is, of course, my personal intention, but I hope that University of Łódź and our community wants to cooperate and contribute to this kind of projects. And we'd like to strengthen multi-agency cooperation and some new technologies, and to strengthen awareness about these procedures, technologies, when we are talking about religious communities. And of course, this is a vital issue to encourage private security sector to play active role in this kind of projects. Another thing is connected with awareness campaign and many educational activities in a local dimension, because this is a crucial idea, not only to present procedures or technological recommendation, but to encourage people to implement them. And I'd like to inform you very briefly that, for example, yesterday I had a meeting with Polish Episcopal Conference. I informed them, more than 80 cardinals, archbishops, and bishops about our project, about outputs, results. I presented some movies, video materials connected with the project. And I hope that in the Catholic Church in Poland, we can reach parishes, we can reach priests and religious communities with these materials. So, in the end, we still need some funds from EU, but there is other participants, other vital partners in our project that they can contribute, maybe without these funds. But if we have funds from EU, the project can be really vital, and we can reach more communities in the entire Europe. And the last thing which I'd like to emphasize, that there is a need from my perspective to establish European places of worship protection network. And there is some activities during Shrines project, University of Łódź is a partner in this project, and they are establishing the network of security managers of places of worship. Let's look at these activities, but from our perspective, from our project, this is a strong need to establish this kind of network. Thank you very much, and now I'd like to ask Mr. Marcin Podogrocki to deliver the closing speech.
Thank you, Rafał. I think that today this is the final conference, only with the meaning that this is the final conference of to show up with our results, to sum up the activities within this project. But I'm sure after listening all of these discussions and to receiving all these recommendations, when we collect them, I think that this is not the end stop of our journey, let's say, as we created very good base in terms of base of knowledge, but also in terms of base of cooperation, but we should continue it further after the end of the project, I believe it. I think that there was several ideas that would be continued. Of course, we could focus on make our results more well addressed, more simple, better fitted to the recipients of that. But also we could widespread the message to various communities in different countries. More languages would be also with in our results, and of course. We can, I think, take the advantage that some European networks would be interested in widespreading of the results, also in cooperation with the other projects of ISF Fund, but also at the national level. I'm sure that public services would be interested in further mainstreaming the deliverables of our project. So once again, I'm sure that we can close the project within a few days, but I think that I receive many declarations of partners, other institutions, that they would like to follow the activity started in this project. So certainly we will think about something more after the end of this project. So let me also thank you from my side for your contribution at this conference. There will be still some time for networking after the closing, the formal part of the project, and there will be also the dinner, which will be also the opportunity for networking or creating more opportunities to collaborate in the future. And okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Not really.
Yes, that's.
Thank you very much, Marcin. Thank you very much, Marcin. Thank you for your efforts regarding coordination of the project. But at the final, I'd like to ask Ms. Ismaila Murgia to deliver some supportive words for us.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you for inviting me here to provide a new perspective to this meeting. I would like to thank again all the participants, all the speakers, the excellent moderators for really some insightful discussions that we had. So we explored many of the challenges that we face in protecting public spaces and places of worship, but we also explored some of the solutions, creative solutions and innovative strategies that we can use to let's say, minimize these risks. So I would like to echo again the importance of all of the discussions we had on security by design, public-private cooperation, training, capacity building, raising the awareness, interfaith dialogue. Those are really important points that I feel were really shared and reiterated and discussed very, very comprehensively today. So thank you very much. And I agree with the organizer that this is not the end. I'm sure that the ProSPeReS products and the strategies and the networks that you established within the context of this project will be really useful to provide security to the communities and the places of worship. So I thank you very much again. I don't want to keep you from the networking coffee, and I see you all again later. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Miss Murgia, and this is the final. Thank you very much, colleagues. I've got a few information, if you allow me. We will start in a minute networking. Please, we prepared coffee, tea, and many kind of food regarding this place in our country, I mean Łódź. So please enjoy the meal and some beverages, coffee and tea. The second important information is connected with the dinner. Please be at 7:30 this evening, in the same place. It will be rearranged, and I hope we will have very, high-level dinner and a chance to networking. So, a few other information. Before you go to the bar, let's say, before you go for the meal and some drinks, please evaluate our conference and put your information to the questionnaires, put your opinions to the questionnaires. I think you've got now these questionnaires, or we will provide you with these forms, and this is obligation to use these forms and to provide European Commission with these forms. So please, before drinks, before meal, fulfill a questionnaire. And I think this is it. Thank you very much. Okay, and thank you one more time. It was a privilege for me to host this conference. And please, if you have headset, please return it to the registration desk. Thank you one more time.